up your windows. Don't leave your car running unattended. Lock your doors and take your keys or fob. If you have information about a crime, call the police. If you suspect insurance fraud, contact NICB at reportinsurancefraud.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
71 and partly cloudy skies. It's 5:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. An 18-wheeler carrying hazardous materials overturned last night on the 62nd Street Bridge in what's being called a large-scale incident. KDKA-TV's Megan Shin has more.
We just learned from the officer who responded first here on the scene that tractor trailer that tipped over was actually carrying peroxides. This happened around 9:30 on the Sharpsburg side of the 62nd Street Bridge. Crews from Allegheny County Emergency Services, the City of Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire, the Cherry City Fire Department also worked quickly together to stop the leak from going into the drainage systems here. The Cherry City Fire Department says the hazardous materials have been taken care of.
And for now, the bridge will remain closed until the truck is removed. And the latest on that large sinkhole that closed Cumberland Road Sunday night in front of UPMC Passivant is there's no estimate yet on when repairs will start or be completed. A McCandless official says the damage is being evaluated and they must also determine who is responsible for the repairs. Marsboro and Adams Township are a step closer to a merger. On Monday, Mars Council voted 6-1 to approve a merger agreement with Adams Township. Mars resident Robert Bresco shared his reaction with KDKA-TV.
I'm very happy because it's going to benefit everybody in Mars, especially us senior citizens on a fixed income. Our taxes are going to drop down from 25.33 to 3.75 mills. That's a big jump.
If a majority of voters in both Adams and Mars approve, police, public works, and other departments will be consolidated. The combined communities would be called Mars Township. The referendum goes on the ballot in November. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. Hopes for a deep World Cup run ended for the U.S. last night with a 4-1 loss to Belgium. American defenders were at fault in 2 first-half goals, and a giveaway by goalkeeper Matt Freese led to another goal in the second half. KDKA Radio News Time, 5:32. Our next update at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Would you file taxes without an expert? So why choose health insurance on your own? The experts at One Health Benefits can be your personal advocate at no cost to you. One Health Benefits' Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman are licensed insurance agents who understand the possible loss of ACA subsidies, Medicare updates, and insurance premiums. One Health Benefits works for you. Don't make a costly mistake. Get One Health Benefits and clarity in your corner. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Have you tried the only stop-smoking hypnosis in America, proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office that reprograms your subconscious? Alex Goen patented hypnosis destroys your connections to cigarettes. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop Smoking Seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Sign up at alexgoen.com alexgoen.com. GOEN. That's alexgoen.com.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Many retailers use a computer program to tell you which mattress to buy after answering a few questions. That's not how finding the right mattress works. At OMF, our associates take the time to understand your specific needs. They'll guide you through our showroom, explain the differences between models, and help you select the right mattress. No computers, no gimmicks, just personal attention and quality mattresses built locally. Visit any showroom and experience the OMF difference for yourself.
Between the daily demands of work, family needs, running a household, and more, you deserve some real relief at the end of the day. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have a wide variety of mattresses that are built to provide the ultimate in comfort and relief when you need it most. Mattresses that are hand-built locally using high-quality materials. Mattresses that are sold factory direct to offer you a great value. Mattresses that are designed to provide real relief to real people like you. Visit an Original Mattress Factory location today and get the rest you deserve tonight.
5:35 now from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Paul. And of course, as you mentioned during the news, the overturned tractor trailer with the chemical spill and the resulting closure of the 62nd Street Bridge means everybody's going to be looking for an alternate this morning. And the Highland Park Bridge is the best way to get you to and from the Route 8 and Route 28 side of the span and Lawrenceville, but do expect heavier than normal traffic on both ends of that particular detour. In McCandless Township, you're still detouring around Cumberland Road, which remains closed in both directions between Babcock Boulevard and Cumberland Woods Drive due to a sinkhole. And heads up this morning if you're trying to travel just south of the Glenwood Bridge. Glass Run Road's ramp at the intersection with Glass Run Road has reported accident with crews on the scene there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 5:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Some fog patches early on, otherwise today will be warm and sticky with more clouds and sun. Watch out for a drenching thunderstorm or two this afternoon and this evening. Our high 83. Mostly cloudy and muggy overnight with patchy fog late, low 68. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 71 and partly cloudy at Pittsburgh International.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Good morning and welcome. Tuesday, July 7th. I'm Larry Richard along with anchorman Paul Rasmussen, AAA's Ellen Gamble, meteorologist Joe Lundberg, and our producer is Casey Erlewine. Disappointment for USA soccer fans, as Paul just reported, an opportunity to make history, especially on home soil in Seattle, Washington. But Belgium took advantage of lapses when the pitch seemed tilted really in the USA's favor, especially in that second half.
Well, I didn't get to see the match, but I did get to read and hear about what happened when I got to work here this morning. I got to tell you, Belgium got 3 goals courtesy of U.S. mistakes. Let's be honest about it.
Correct.
They goofed up.
Big time.
It would have been a tie going into, I guess, an extra time or whatever they call it.
Yeah, they really gave up bad goals. I mean, this is stuff you would see kids do, like little kids, because the USA, especially, they were down 2-1 going into the second half, and most of the play was in Belgium's, defensive zone.
This is a crazy part about soccer, and it's also true of hockey. You can have one team that's carrying the play into the other team's end of the rink or the pitch, they call it, I guess, right? And yet you can be down 1-0 at the end of the whole thing.
Right.
It's just one of the crazy things about those two sports.
Compare that to NBA basketball, where you score over 200 points combined. It's so automatic that on one hand, that's equally as stressful and back and forth.
You'll see the Penguins will lose a game 3-2 to whatever the opponent is, And then you're looking at the stats. They outshot them. They outhit them. They had more power play opportunities, et cetera, et cetera. All the chances and all the advantage was on their side, and they still lost. That happens.
We will talk to soccer legend Paul Child in our 8 o'clock hour about it. He was obviously vested as a fan and a lifelong soccer player who came to Pittsburgh to play for the indoor soccer team Spirit, played at the old Civic Arena in 1981. Talked to him yesterday, and he sounds on the phone just like you would imagine talking to Paul McCartney. He's from Birmingham, England.
Mm-hmm.
And it's I even said to him, you know, you sound just like Paul McCartney. He goes, I wish I sang like him.
That's great.
But it was frustrating because you watch. This is like if you had kids playing soccer, Paul. You sit in the stands and you're trying to kick the ball for them.
Oh, yeah.
So by the time the second half came, I was watching in my bedroom, and my foot starts moving. I'm trying to kick the ball.
Right?
Because they had their chances. Disappointing, but it's over for the USA.
I guess I'm okay with that I missed it.
Yeah, actually, well, the third goal Belgium got was the killer because
the giveaway by the goalie, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's 2-1, and the USA's pouring it on. I mean, they're just trying. You know, you figure something's got to break. They're going to tie this game, and then this just goof going the other way, and the third goal just took the wind out of their sails.
Someone I follow on social media said this morning that what happened last night shows how far we've come as a nation playing soccer and competing in the World Cup, and just how far away we are from really competing.
Interesting, when I talked to Paul Child originally before play started, he said if the USA made it to the 16 teams, you know, he thought that would be a very good showing. So they did do that. But what an opportunity on your home soil.
It's not the way you want it to end.
No, so Spain will play Belgium in the quarterfinals. And
I guess Spain is one of the favorites, right? France and Spain are the two, right?
Yes, France.
Right.
Casey, did you stay up at all to watch any of the World Cup?
It was so disappointing. I'm a big soccer guy myself, and I wasn't really happy. But what I can say is that Belgium has 0 SEC championships. So who's the real winner?
So, what's our goalie's name?
Freeze.
Freeze. What a great name
or
for
freeze, Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He freezed right at the wrong moment. That third goal was a killer, wasn't it, Case?
Oh, it was unbelievable. I mean, I used to actually play goalie in high school in soccer. I mean, it was the fact that he got caught out that far out of his own goal with the ball, and he still had the ball. All he had to do at that point was just be like, all right, you know what? I just got to clear it. Instead, he goes to pass it back to the area he knows that he's already being pressured from by an attacker. It was unbelievable. I had a whole nation slapping their forehead.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, face palm time, right?
It was a giveaway. Like, you go, this isn't happening. This ball is rolling into the, you could see it coming. But life goes on. As Marty says, Monday goes to Tuesday.
Right.
So you got Paul Skeens on the mound tonight for the Pirates. 6-game homestand, starting with the Braves.
And that's the best team in the National League.
Yeah, they're back-to-back playing really good teams, so they better make hay before the All-Star break is coming up a week from tonight in Philadelphia. And the lone All-Star for the Pirates happens to be Paul Skeens, who has lost 9 games and hasn't won a game, hasn't got a win in like 49 days.
Yeah, that's almost a curse. His velocity is down. He's giving up more hits and home runs. Seems to be having some issue of some kind. You would think that if there was a possibility of an injury or something that's slowing him down a little bit, that they would want to take advantage of the All-Star break and Why would he be starting tonight? I don't understand that. Or maybe there was something that they could figure out, and now we'll see tonight what he has. But, it's not the same Paul Skeens right now. But it's not his fault that they've lost all those games. The defense behind him has
the irony.
Not been too good. Yeah,
that's the irony for sure.
In those games.
So we ended up with some, although isolated, severe weather yesterday. Not everybody saw much rain at all.
I don't think we had any.
Up in Cranberry.
North, yeah.
There were just a couple, and I was looking all day, and it ended up being a little warmer in the upper 80s. It didn't hit 90. It was 87. But in Indiana Township, they had one of those slow-moving, drenching thunderstorms that caused flooding issues there.
Again.
And so that's going to be the pattern over the next really week here, where today we'll be in the low 80s, patches of morning fog, and then a chance. Now, there's nothing on the radar right now at all, anywhere near us. However, during the course of the day, you could see that develop in the afternoon and evening. So there's
a couple of the forecasts I look at showed the possibility of a sprinkle or two in the morning hours.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything show up on radar at the moment. So overall, should be a dry morning, although with patches of fog. And, the 62nd Street Bridge is closed. That leads us to our first conversation. AAA's Helen Gamble. It's 5:45 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Ms. Gamble, good morning.
Good morning. It's a little bit of a rough morning, obviously, for folks who are thinking about traveling that 62nd Street Bridge with this overturned tractor trailer leaking, trying to prevent, obviously, the leak of the chemicals it's carrying. Crews have been busy since about 9:30 last night, as we've been reporting in the news. And so this is toward the Sharpsburg side of the span. Regardless, the entire bridge is closed for you. And the, travel between Route 8 and 28 and Lawrenceville, you're going to need to use the Highland Park Bridge as the good alternate. This morning, so far, traffic is flowing well for you there. Where it's not flowing well is approaching the Glenwood Bridge's southern end. This in the city of Pittsburgh. We've had an accident on Glass Run Road near the 885 ramps to that bridge, so watch out for crews on the scene there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 5:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. And right now, we're at 71 degrees.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The United States is out of the tournament after a 4-1 loss to Belgium in Seattle. The lone bright spot was another Malik Tillman goal off a set piece in the 31st minute, but the USA conceded what turned out to be the game-winning goal 2 minutes later. Belgium advances to the quarterfinals to face Spain. I'm Mike Conti.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
UPMC is building the future of healthcare right here. Working at the Cayman Tower, the scale of the project is incredible. It's a very large facility, 1.2 million square feet. It's essentially going to be a landmark for the city. You're going to be able to point out where you're at in Oakland by pointing to this building. I am very proud to work at UPMC.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Water can get in, that's bad business. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh going to get in and fix it for you. Water can get through your roof, your windows, even your basement, and once it does, it spreads quickly. That's terrible. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. Demand that yellow van. 412-RECOVER. That's the number. That's 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
A great watch doesn't mark time. It marks achievement. Hi, this is Tim Moses. At Moses Jewelers, explore our collection of exceptional, certified, pre-owned timepieces featuring Rolex and other celebrated makers. Each watch is authenticated, selected for condition, and comes with a 2-year warranty. Precision, heritage, investment-level craftsmanship. Discover your timepiece at Moses Jewelers in Seven Fields or at mosesjewelers.com.
Thanks, Tim. Find the perfect gift for that someone special in your life. Visit mosesjewelers.com. 549 News Radio KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's Paul Rasmussen.
Larry, voters in 2 southern Butler County communities will decide in November if they want to merge. We'll have the details on that story coming up in 11 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Google said it has backed Germany-based Proxima Fusion, which is looking to build Europe's first commercial fusion power plant in a $468 million funding round. The company aims to have a fusion demonstrator running in the early 2030s. Microsoft said it is laying off 4,800 employees immediately after carrying out a voluntary retirement program. The company's Xbox video game unit is cutting 1/5 of its staff, and 4 studios will go independent. Microsoft stock is down 19% this year, trailing its mega-cap peers. Alibaba said it will ban employees from using Anthropic's artificial intelligence tools starting on Friday. The Chinese company put Anthropic's Claude Code on a high-risk software list. Anthropic's terms of service do not allow Chinese companies and other adversarial nations to use its models. I'm Nicole Murray on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The only one I know that gets up earlier than us is Andy Amrine from EV True Value, who introduced us to Harmony Organic Mosquito Control. And with this humid, wet, warm weather, mosquitoes are out in force. But this year, this summer, right now you have, and you can arm yourself with something that works. There's no better solution. Nothing is safer and nothing works better than Harmony Organic Insect Control. You shake, spray, walk away wherever mosquitoes frequent, and available at participating True Value hardware stores or online at harmonyoic.com.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Kohl's knows summer comes with a few family debates. Like, what's the best ice cream flavor? Or who gets the good pool noodle? But when it comes to Kohl's summer outfits, everyone's in agreement. They're comfy, they're cool, they're stylish. And they're here to make everyone's summer feel a little easier. Shop now for looks that the whole family will sign off on at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
The board recommends approving.
Regarding that seat on the committee, we're promoting.
To boost quarterly earnings.
Every day, shareholders meet to discuss important matters about the companies you invest in. Now you can easily make your voice heard. Vanguard Investor Choice gives you a say in the companies you invest in. With just a few taps, you can set your proxy voting preference for your index funds. Visit Vanguard.com/investorchoice to learn more. Vanguard investors own shares of our index funds, which own shares of the companies they invest in. Available for Vanguard index funds that participate in Investor Choice. Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Time for the Big K Morning Show birthdays on this July 7th, and we start with a superstar. Paul, we mentioned the Beatles with Paul McCartney earlier, sounding like soccer legend Paul Child. Well, his drummer, From the Beatles, Ringo Starr is 86 today.
Richard Starkey.
Richard Starkey. After replacing the original drummer in 1962,
Pete Best.
Very good. Total Recall Paul. That's what he is, Casey. Still out there, still performing at 86.
That's amazing. Really amazing.
American actress, how do you say Georgia Fox?
Don't know.
Georgia Fox is 58 today. She played Dr. Maggie Doyle on ER and became a household name.
I now have a name, by the way, for when you do this with a name.
What is it?
I'm calling it now a vocal contortion.
That's very accurate. By the way, if you were born in 1961, happy 65th to you. From MediConnect and Medicare Made Simple, American actress Kirsten Wagner turns 54. She's recognized for her iconic role as Penelope Garcia on the long-running series Criminal Minds. MMA fighter Alex Palea is 39. He's Brazilian, mixed martial artist, former two-time UFC champion, known by the nickname as Stone Hands. That's descriptive, right? I had those when I played grade school football. So those are your celebrity birthdays.
I've spilled some coffee here in the news booth, and I don't have a napkin. I got to run back outside and get in. Well, actually, I won't be running.
Yes,
I'll be kind of hobbling.
You'll be hobbling like James Caan in Misery.
Oh gosh, don't remind me of that. That thing with the ankles on either side of the block of wood. That's
his name was Paul in the movie.
That's right.
I'll get the clip where she goes, Paul. When the diamond mines, the workers in the diamond mines were caught stealing, they would. It's like, she's holding that.
That's torture just even remembering it.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gambel.
Oh, I was hoping you'd do that. That was pretty good. All right, so contorting ourselves as far as traffic goes, not vocally here this morning. The 62nd Street Bridge, it's closed and no timetable for when it'll be reopened around cleanup from this accident that happened late last evening. So you'll need to use the Highland Park Bridge as a good alternate to get you from Route 28 and the Route 8 side of the span and Lawrenceville this morning. Please, you leave extra time. Now, I-279 in both directions is open to you, and that's near the Jacks Run Road Bridge project. We took a look at that with the PennDOT cameras, and crews will be back again at 9 tonight, closing the northbound main line and HOV lanes, and southbound gets a single lane restriction at 7 p.m. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things, the information you need, people you know, the little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Nest Expressions Window Fashion's greatest summer promotion. Free motorization on silhouette and pirouette shades going on right now. 1-888-952-NEST or nestexpressions.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin.
Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 71. Skies are overcast at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. An 18-wheeler carrying hazardous materials overturned last night on the 62nd Street Bridge. It's being called a large-scale incident. KDKA-TV's Megan Shin has more.
But we just learned from the officer who responded first here on the scene that tractor trailer that tipped over was actually carrying peroxides. This happened around 9:30 on the Sharpsburg side of the 62nd Street Bridge. Crews from Allegheny County Emergency Services, the City of Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire, the Cherry City Fire Department worked quickly together to stop the leak from going into the drainage systems here. The Cherry City Fire Department says the hazardous materials have been taken care of.
But for now, the bridge will remain closed until the truck is removed. Now, the countdown is on, and some closures have started on the Commercial Street Bridge project. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has details.
With the 25-day closure of the Parkway East set to begin this Friday, the preparation is already underway. Last night was the beginning of a single-lane closure of the Parkway East in each direction between Edgewood, Swissvale, and Churchill. That will be all week from 9 p.m. through 5 a.m. Then on Friday at 9 p.m., the bridge will be closed until August 3rd. Once the bridge does close, the single-lane closures will be in place until the bridge reopens. Other restrictions will occur as well on Ardmore Boulevard and the Boulevard of the Allies until the bridge reopens. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
The latest on that large sinkhole that closed Cumberland Road Sunday night in front of UPMC Pass event is there's no estimate yet on when repairs will start or be completed. The McCandless official that spoke with us says the damage is being evaluated and they must also determine who's responsible for the repairs. Marsboro and Adams Township are a step closer to a merger. On Monday, Mars Council voted 6-1 to approve a merger agreement with Adams Township. Mars resident Robert Bresco shared his reaction with KDKA-TV.
I'm very happy because it's going to benefit everybody in Mars, especially us senior citizens on a fixed income. Our taxes are going to drop down from 25.33 to 3.75 mills. That's a big jump.
If a majority of voters in both Adams and Mars approve, police, public works, and other departments will be consolidated, and the combined communities will be called Mars Township. That referendum will be on the November ballot. Aliquippa police are increasing patrols after an increase in shootings. And in a social media post, Police Chief John Lane said the department can't solve crimes without community assistance. Lane said officers receive little to no cooperation from witnesses in Aliquippa, and investigators find closed doors, people who refuse to cooperate, and hostility. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. The U.S. has joined Mexico and Canada on the sidelines of the World Cup after a 4-1 loss to Belgium last night in Seattle. Here's ABC's Lionel Moyes.
Less than 10 minutes into the game, the Belgians struck first after the U.S. defense failed to clear the ball. About 20 minutes later, Malik Tillman scoring off a free kick for the second time in this tournament, but it would be the only bright spot in a disastrous night. Just 61 seconds later, Belgium retaking the lead. Then in the second half, the U.S. goalie mishandles the ball, setting up a third Belgian goal. The Belgians adding insult to injury, scoring a fourth goal in the final seconds seconds of the game.
KDKA Radio News time is 6:04. Time to call Highwood Cemetery to ensure your family's grave sites are protected now and in the future. Call 412-766-6600. 71 and overcast in Pittsburgh now. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
The Big K Morning Show brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Life moves fast, and having a primary care physician who knows you means someone is keeping pace with your health. At Independence Health System, your primary care doctor knows your history. They're your first call for checkups, screenings, telehealth visits, and everyday concerns, connecting you directly to a network of trusted specialists across our system and hospitals, all here for you. Find expert care here at Independence Health System.
.605 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And as we've been obviously following along with the closure of the 62nd Street Bridge as accident cleanup continues here, we've been very busy taking a look around all of the alternate routes around that particular problem for you as the morning continues here. And so far, so good. Highland Park Bridge is the recommended alternate for you. Obviously, traffic moving well there right now on 28 and on the Route 8 side of the spans. Also, as the morning continues, do watch for heavier than normal traffic on the 40th Street Bridge, too, as some folks might use that as an alternative. But the 28 ride on the main line is moving nicely, too. Parkways east and west are just getting some minor delays approaching their respective tunnels at this point. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy fog to start, otherwise warm and sticky today with clouds, some sun, along with a drenching thunderstorm or two this afternoon and this evening. Our high 83. Mostly cloudy and humid overnight with patchy fog developing, low 68. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, 71 degrees.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Good morning. I'm Larry Richert along with anchorman Paul Rasmussen. Really, that was a great recap of the World Cup soccer game. Kind of gave you, and even if you didn't watch, a real sense of what happened, since I did watch.
That's what I thought when I heard it, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was well done. So, elimination, and the president, who, I love this, threw out the trump card to get the red card overturned. Didn't really help the USA at the end. Was their goaltending and giving up easy goals.
Balogun was a non-factor.
Yeah,
right.
Unfortunately, so that is history. They had hoped to make history on home soil in Seattle, Washington, being one of the host countries. Now, all three host countries are eliminated: Canada, Mexico, and the USA. In the quarterfinals will be Belgium and Spain.
And the other team, England, is in, right?
Yeah, they're still in.
Yeah.
So if you're continuing to follow, and
so I guess we're going to get down to 8 here by the time this is all over with,
right?
This thing goes on, this World Cup, for close to 2 months.
Yeah, it ends next year. They spread out the games. I'll give them that. Yeah. But I was thinking about this watching, and our producer Casey played soccer in high school at Shaler. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you were a goaltender. The running around that goes on, you kind of take it for granted, but they're in constant motion. And
that's true.
The stamina at that level, think of
how many commercial breaks are there in a half? One.
And that's
where they stop to have water.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because one of the most enjoyable things was each half was uninterrupted.
Yep.
0 interruptions. They had a pretty brief halftime, and you can watch a sport uninterrupted. But
nice, isn't it?
Think about football. They they play. What's the average play? 10 seconds? Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, right? They hand the ball off, boom, 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 boom.
Right, but this is nonstop. It never stops.
In
it
hockey,
just flows.
If they're on the ice a minute, that's considered a long time going full speed right on ice. These guys are running for 90 minutes, basically, with a halftime break. And did you see that crowd, too? It was tremendous.
I didn't see any video yet. I'm going to look at it later.
It was tremendous, but obviously disappointing. Now, the president, I'm sure, was watching. He's in Turkey, and this is part of the NATO summit, and this is a very important trip because the president, his presence there, hopefully will tip the scales to get some kind of long-lasting agreement, though it seems challenging with Iran. And then, of course, the war in Ukraine with Russia. But the president is expected to signal at the summit that he's willing to sell Turkey F-35 fighter jets. And then
That's our most advanced new jet, right?
Yeah, yes, that's the one that has some unbelievable capabilities.
I've seen versions that can hover like the old Harrier used to.
Yes.
I've seen versions that they built for the Navy that, go off the aircraft carriers. The Air Force has its own version.
That's like the gem. So we'll see what news develops today from the president's visit in Turkey. And I want to go back to AAA's Ellen Gamble. Ellen, you're going to be in the spotlight here as we get ready for the Parkway East closure, which is coming up. Casey?
Yes?
Bring up Ellen for me, if you would.
Oh, yep.
So, Ellen, this process is already underway till the 5-week closure. Paul Alexander detailed some of what's going on, but I want to get the details with you on what people can expect this week leading up to that full closure.
So it started last night. I don't know if folks caught it. Now, some of it is they're just doing work overnight and then they reopen things. So the Parkway East, what they're starting to do is build out and prep for the alternative routes, Larry. And so they're doing this pre-work at 9 every night until 5 the following morning. This is through Thursday night. You'll find the Parkway East has a single lane in each direction between Edgewood, Swissvale, and Churchill as they're doing prep work. And then they've actually started to layer in some of the round-the-clock closures as they're getting detour routes ready. So this happened last night along Route 30 Ardmore Boulevard with a single lane in each direction between Morrow and Britton Roads. And then in the Boulevard of the Allies up toward Oakland, they actually did a lane pinch, too, between McDevitt Place and the slip ramp from Fifth Avenue. So they're very slowly but surely starting to get things ready. And they have to start in advance of this. They can't just flip the switch at 9 on Friday night and poof, it's all ready to go. So folks want to keep an eye out for that, Larry.
Oh, boy.
I know.
Do I understand it right, Ellen, that they're doing single-lane closures in the overnight hours on the Parkway East in both directions between Swissvale and...
Yeah, between Edgewood, Swissvale, and Churchill.
Okay.
So because they have what they're calling the interstate detour, which is the majority of the flow of traffic, and truck traffic is going to exit the Parkway East, for example, coming inbound toward town at Wilkinsburg, they do have some things they need to start to get ready. And certainly, on the outbound side as well, which is why they're down at the Oakland end of things, because the outbound is going to have all that truck traffic and the majority of the traffic shoving off the Parkway at Forbes Avenue and going up into the heart of Oakland. It's a big one. You better have your plan. We've been talking about this for a while, folks.
Yeah.
So.
And the truth is that some people are just tuning out, and then when they run into the traffic issues,
they'll figure it out when they get there.
Right? Yeah.
You know what's interesting? The kind of the ripple effect of this story. I noticed a Pittsburgh Business Times article that broke yesterday about how a lot of the discussion of, hey, can I work from home, has kicked up for area businesses, because certainly folks who make that trek. I mean, I have family members who make that trek from the northern suburbs to Monroeville every day, and so they're now thinking, can I work from home a couple days a week to avoid this? So,
well, that's actually a great point to bring up because, we are in the middle of summer and it's 5 weeks. We've done it before. If it's possible to be remote and people can do it, you think, well, why not? And save. And who knows how long some of these circumnavigation times are going to be for some people.
It's really going to be interesting because obviously there are the posted detours. If you go to the website, pa.gov and check out the PennDOT project, it falls under the District 11 header there, folks. You can print out maps that you can study. You can, get turn-by-turn directions. But what's interesting is what we're hearing is that a lot of folks think the Pennsylvania Turnpike and the Route 28 corridor, which is not listed as part of the PennDOT detour, we think that's going to bear a lot of the brunt of the traffic too. So it's just going to have this ripple effect throughout the region and planning ahead. I mean, we can't say that enough between now and Friday. Friday at 9 is when they kind of flip the switch. So.
All right, you're going to be in the spotlight here for at least the next, 6 weeks. We'll count this one too. Thanks, Ellen.
Okay, sure.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Hey, this is Lauren, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's gonna add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
From the TJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Alan Gamble, now you can add what's going on in the moment around the region.
Yeah, and obviously what's a big story here this morning, Larry, is this whole mess with the 62nd Street Bridge. It remains closed for accident cleanup from the overnight, and you want to consider the Highland Park Bridge as your alternate to get around that. And obviously watch for heavier than normal traffic on the 40th Street Bridge as folks search for alternates there. No alternates around those tunnels this morning, and the delays are on the build. Parkway West is now backing at the Parkway Center Mall overpass area as you head inbound toward the Fort Pitt tunnels. You're lining up on the Parkway East at Edgewood Swissvale behind the Liberty tunnels. Just traffic light delays on Sawmill Run Boulevard and West Liberty Avenue. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
And AccuWeather says some patches of morning fog. Otherwise, we'll see some sunshine. High 83 chance for developing thunderstorms this afternoon and tomorrow, too. And right now, we're at 71 at Pittsburgh International.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed. The never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? floor. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
619 News Radio KDKA. From the Goldberg, Persky and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, Paul Rasmussen.
Voters in 2 southern Butler County communities will decide in November whether or not to merge. And we'll have the latest on that coming up in 11 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Talk about the news you hear. It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen for the Drive at 5. Top stories driving the day's news. Weekday afternoons with Colin Dunlap, brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. And next hour, we're going to give you a chance to win a family pack of 4 tickets to see Dave Matthews Band at Pavilion at Star Lake, July 24th from Live Nation. I was just trying to think of the last time I was at Star Lake. What artist did I see? Have you ever been there, Paul?
No, I've not.
Casey, you ever been to Star Lake?
I have been to Star Lake one time. A couple years ago, I saw Post Malone.
Oh, yeah, I remember when he was here. It was really, really popular. Apparently, so is Dave Matthews.
Yeah, and because he's so popular, I got the full experience trying to leave.
Yeah,
Star
getting
Lake.
in and getting out is really something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if they've done anything different this year to mitigate some of that. It seemed like for years that corridor that left, 2230 that goes south from the Parkway West to Burkittstown, it seemed like it was eternally under construction. But I think getting out of the parking lot is the bigger challenge, as you say, Casey, right? If you stay to the bitter end.
Yeah, and we even left just a little bit early, and even still, because we got there a little later, so we were farther back, in the whole line of cars. But even still, I think some of my friends watched the entire Shrek movie by the time we got out.
Wow.
Are you kidding?
No.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Come to the concert and then enjoy a movie on your way home.
Speaking of movies, when is the last time you attended a movie inside a theater, Paul?
That would have been Nuremberg a few months back.
Okay, so that wasn't that long. Pleasant experience?
Well, I mean,
outside of the film itself.
Yeah, it was. It was a very pleasant. We had dinner beforehand, walked over across the parking lot, and enjoyed the movie. The conditions in the theater were good. It was clean and comfortable.
I love when you have an assigned seat. To me, it's a
great thing.
It's a game changer, and you don't have to get up when someone comes down your aisle.
Right. It is. It's the powered recliners are really deluxe. The movie itself is pretty grim, but I'm into history, so I had to put myself through at least one viewing.
Overpriced popcorn is even pleasant.
That was the one thing I did like about going after we ate. Because
so you
then
didn't
there
get
were
all
no
the
munchings.
I got you. Casey, last movie you saw in a theater?
It was still the Backrooms, the one that became so popular. But I'd like to go see Spider-Man and the Odyssey this month.
Yes, that's part of the big summer blockbusters expected to come out. Odyssey is that old story about the Trojan horse. And who's in that? Some big star.
A ton of big stars. And actually, Tom Holland's in Spider-Man and the Odyssey. Matt Damon is Odysseus. I can't even. If you just look at the cast, the Odyssey cast. It's probably got everyone. It's a Christopher Nolan film.
Who did Dark Knight Rises
Zendaya's in
Pittsburgh.
it. Anne Hathaway, Robert Pattinson, John Bernthal. All these people.
So this is a real classic. And then Spider-Man is Spider-Man. And the reason I bring this up is, would it matter to you if you couldn't tell the difference that a artificial intelligence generated actor was in a film? The reason I bring this up.
Say that again.
An AI-generated in this case, actress.
Okay.
Tilly Norwood, the AI actor who you may recall last year, Hollywood was like, what? They are creating movies now without people.
Well, I'm not going to watch them. I happen to be a supporter of the arts. Actors should be acting. That's no different than us. Would you like to listen to AI-generated newscast? How about an AI-generated conversation instead of the two of us? How does that sound? I feel very strongly about that. I won't watch an AI movie that features AI actors. And I'm sure that they're going to use the technology to produce movies, but take a job away from an actor, thanks, but no.
Casey?
I 100% agree. It's there's just such a big thing with AI these days, and a lot of companies for some reason think people want everything replaced with AI, but that's just not the case. AI has its good uses, but how can it be more creative than a human mind at the end of the day?
Misaligned is the name of the film, announced by Particle 6, the AI-focused studio behind Norwood, is described as a comedy drama telling a coming-of-age story infused with existential AI chaos. What the hell?
Okay.
Here's the crazy part, though. And this is a big issue, and you guys were very strong and firm in your beliefs on it, and I'm with you. However, you watch all these, especially these big blockbuster movies, and how much of the backdrop and all of the action is actually artificially generated.
Well, I mean, look what they were doing with Star Wars, way ahead of the curve.
Right. So
I accept that technology is going to be a part of the production of a movie, but
eliminating people completely.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it.
Not cool with that. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. I can assure you she is very real. Alan Gamble.
Sorry, that was an evil chortle.
Yes, she is real.
Ah, she is.
Keeping it real. Here's Alan.
We're trying anyway. It depends on the day, right? All right, so very real are the backups, Larry, that are greeting folks on a couple of our parkways, and then we have smooth sailing elsewhere. We'll start with the good news. That Parkway North I-279 is moving along nicely. HOV lanes are open for you. The Route 28 ride is going well. Now, of course, what's not going well is the accident cleanup. We have a closure, of course, as we've been saying all morning long, about the 62nd Street Bridge closed to you at this point in both directions. So use the Highland Park Bridge as your alternate and watch for heavier than normal traffic on the 40th Street Bridge. Parkway West backs at the top of the hill. The Parkway East is heavier now, lining up at Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Helen. And right now we're at 71 degrees. If you've had issues because of storm damage, you need to call JP Roofing and Siding, whether it's repair or total roof replacement. If it's downspouts, gutters, siding, Joe Potocnik, 45 years in, has the solution. And many people wonder, where do I even begin when it comes to trying to get an insurance claim filled out and making sure the job is done right, too? That's part of what Joe and his team can do for you. And right now, Joe will give you $1,000 off any complete roof or siding installation project. Ask about 100% financing, but get the job done right the first time. JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Call for a free estimate and say, Joe, I love your lip shingle. That's what I call his big mustache.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's ruffgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's ruffgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Amazon Business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
71 with overcast skies at 6:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. An overturned truck spilled peroxide onto the 62nd Street Bridge late last night, and the bridge remains closed. At last report, that tractor trailer turned onto its side on the Sharpsburg side of the bridge. Fire company crews were seen keeping that material from entering the drainage systems around. And earlier this morning, a fire company official provided an update saying that all the hazardous materials were mitigated, but the bridge is expected to remain closed until the truck can be removed. Marsboro and Adams Township are a step closer to a merger. On Monday, Mars Council voted 6-1 to approve a merger agreement with Adams Township. Adams supervisors have already done that. Mars resident Robert Bresco shared his reaction with KDKA-TV.
I'm very happy because it's going to benefit everybody in Mars, especially us senior citizens on a fixed income. Our taxes are going to drop down from 25.33 to 3.75 meals. That's a big jump.
If a majority of voters in both Adams and Mars approve, police, public works, and other departments will be consolidated, and the combined communities will be called Mars Township. Now, the referendum will be on the November ballot. Prosecutors in Provo, Utah started Monday laying out their case against Tyler Robinson, the person accused of murdering conservative influencer Charlie Kirk last September. With more on this week's preliminary hearing, here's ABC's Alex Stone.
As one video of Charlie Kirk being shot was shown in court that only the judge and attorneys could see, the judge visibly jumped in reaction to what he was watching. On the witness stand on day one of the hearing, police officer Christopher Bagley described the moment of the shooting.
What did you hear again? I heard a gunshot.
As graphic videos were shown to the judge, Erica Kirk left the courtroom clutching prayer beads. Alex Stone, ABC News, Provo, Utah.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. The Pirates scored 5 runs in the 8th inning to beat the Nationals 11-5 on Sunday. However, what happened last night was just the opposite. Hopes for a deep run in the World Cup ended for the U.S. last night with a 4-1 loss to Belgium. KDKA Radio News Time, 6:32. Our next update at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
Cooking your own meals could be the secret to a sharper mind. A 6-year study of older adults reveals that cooking at home just once a week can slash dementia risk by 30%. The Atlanta Neuroscience Institute highlights that cooking acts as a total brain workout. It forces you to multitask, uses complex motor skills, and leads to healthier eating. Beginner cooks saw up to a 70% reduction in risk. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
Folks, we're joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monument. John, what is bundling?
When a family is planning a funeral, sometimes cemetery salespeople will talk to them about bundling or combining products with their services. They may pressure a family, telling them they can get a substantial discount by buying everything from the cemetery.
Is this not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. When there is a middleman involved, you're paying an inflated price, even when you think you're getting a discount.
John, this is something families really need to know.
I'm going to be as direct as I can be about this. At Rome, we are the manufacturer. No middleman is involved. Our artists and craftsmen make your memorial from start to finish right at our facility. You've eliminated the middleman and saved as much as 50%.
Friends, you can learn more at one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or visit romemonuments.com.
635 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
All right, and the check-in, Larry, of course, as we're keeping a close eye on the alternatives to the 62nd Street Bridge because it remains closed for accident cleanup, checking out the Highland Park Bridge with the PennDOT cameras and 28 and Route 8 around it. So far, so good for that as an alternative for you. And same story over on the 40th Street Bridge. So the main line of 28 also continues to be a good ride all the way down to the North Shore or North Side. Parkway West, you have an awful lot of company there. Inbound is very sluggish for you at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East on the inbound ride is bumper to bumper beginning at the Wilkinsburg interchange. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Some fog patches early on, otherwise today will be warm and sticky with more clouds and sun. Watch out for a drenching thunderstorm or two this afternoon and this evening. Our high 83. Mostly cloudy and muggy overnight with patchy fog late, low 68. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And right now, it's 71 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the Big K Morning Show. And we're going to check in with KDK TV anchorman and star reporter Barry Pintar. You can see on our live stream at KDKRadio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company and our KDK Radio YouTube page. Barry, hope you had a nice vacation last week. What did you do?
Staycation, brother. I am all about the staycation, but I feel so ripped off because it was like 90s and humid, so I could barely step outside, but it's okay. You know, a little refresh. I'm the kind of guy, when I go on vacation, I come back more exhausted than when I left. So if I really want to recoup, I just stay put.
There was an executive producer at KDK TV, Jocelyn Howe, who always said you got to pad in an extra day or two on the back end, even if you're not going anywhere, just to kind of recharge, because, you know, some people come back and the next morning they got to go to work. So
exactly. And wrap your head around the fact that, I got to go back to work. Agreed 100%.
Last week, saw the story about the fire Best of the Batch, Charlie Batch and his wife Tasha had dealt with, and I know that just was devastating because they had just gone through the process fairly recently of building out this great facility where they help so many kids, and it's so important in the summer. And I understand you talked to Charlie. You were there. The fire was accidental. It was a cooking situation, and fortunately, the building didn't burn down, but I guess everything in that one building is ruined.
Yeah, and the building didn't burn down, but make no mistake, there was damage to the part of a building there where that cooking implement thing was there and blew. So, but you're right. In terms of the massive damage and in terms of the loss, let's just talk about what caused the loss. It wasn't necessarily the flames. As anyone who's been through this, it was the water, it was the smoke, and they're right in the middle of a 300-kid summer camp program there. So what they're trying to do is just raise money just to get back up and running. Everything from sporting goods to even they're talking about snacks for the kids, all destroyed. A lot of things in their kitchen were destroyed. They're trying to rebuild, and it wasn't just the summer camp either. Obviously an incredible foundation, and part of what they do is something that we'll talk about in a moment, is a back to school initiative where they provide 4,000 backpacks to kids going back to school who are in need of those back to school supplies. A lot of that damaged as well. So spirits up, back open and running, but dealing with the loss, and just trying to reach out to the community and saying, hey, if you can help, doesn't matter the amount, small amount, large amount, donate to this foundation. Of course, as we all know, Charlie, a great guy, and they do terrific things there for the community as well. They're in Homestead, Munhall area.
Batchfoundation.org, batchfoundation.org. And 9 o'clock, I'm going to talk to Charlie about the details and appreciate
great.
Hometown Super Bowl champion quarterback who, along with his wife, have done great work and continue to do that, as you pointed out, for the kids of our hometown. You mentioned back to school, though, and you also mentioned you saw something. I mean, it's only July 7th. However.
Right. However, I find retail seasons fascinating. I don't know if I'm the only one, but man, the way these stores, big box stores, all stores, literally the moment a holiday is over, they do this big turnaround. I was at one of those stores at 6 a.m. on July 5th. Every 4th of July thing is cleared out. The shelves already filled with back to school because, of course, back to school is a big retail holiday. Interestingly, numbers, they vary somewhere between $800 and $900 parents say they will spend per child this upcoming school year, down a little bit from last year, but we're still dealing with inflation. We're still dealing with import costs. So, these stores like Walmart and Target and all the major stores are trying to get a jump on that. And a lot of the reason this is happening specifically in 2026 is because a lot of people are feeling a financial crunch within their families. They want to start early and start now buying and building up to getting their kids ready to go back to school, so it doesn't hit them all at once and they're really feeling the effects of all that money, almost $1,000 going out the door per student on average. But again, if there's any good news, it's down a little bit from last year, not much. Cost still high because let's face it, Larry, $900 per kid. That's a big chunk of change for people this time of year.
It won't be long until you'll see big box retail stores with Halloween stuff. So
that's right. Which is the next big retail holiday.
Speaking of retail, you spent a lot of time on the West Coast, Los Angeles, and one of the most favorite fast food restaurants is an In-N-Out Burger. I've been to one once when I was in L.A., and people have asked, is it ever coming here?
Yeah, so just this morning, the news broke. A little bit of background. I will bet, I'll be interested to hear what you thought of In-N-Out, but just about anyone who's been to an In-N-Out, myself included, It's just the absolute best. And even to this day in California or I think they're in 6 states at this point, the lines are just very, very long. But anyway, just this morning, they announced some new openings. And every time that happens, I look because I'm like, is it possible that they could possibly come to the East Coast? Sadly, no. They're remaining on the West Coast. They do not franchise. It remains a family-owned business, and their whole retail philosophy is everything has to be fresh. So they can't really open a store in Pittsburgh, let's say, or southwestern Pennsylvania, even Ohio, because all of their meat processing plants, again, everything fresh, is out in the West Coast. So, yeah, I saw that. I saw that headline this morning. I couldn't click on it fast enough, just in the hopes. Because, I remember, Buc-ee's came to Toledo? That's the closest to us. And everyone's like, oh, we could drive to Buc-ee's if people are into that kind of thing. But yeah, I keep hoping. But alas, no In-N-Out within driving distance. The closest one remains in Tennessee, which is the furthest one to the east. So yeah, they opened, I think there's 6 stores. They're going to be California, Idaho, Nevada, Arizona, and another one in Tennessee, I think it is. So, yep. Not in our backyard, unfortunately.
I'm impressed with the detail of which you know this, so clearly you missed that from the left coast. And we'll look for more KDKA TV. Barry Pintar, always appreciate your time, my friend. Thank you.
My pleasure, my friend.
This is the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Take a walk around your house, and unless you've had CertaPro painters paint your exterior recently, you're thinking the same thing. I need to get rid of that drabby paint. I did this with CertaPro painters, and wow, what a difference. Get the job done right because you're working with the owners. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, and I love that. And 70,000 5-star reviews can't be wrong. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Helen Gamble.
Well, thank you much, Larry. Of course, the 62nd Street Bridge remains closed because of accident cleanup, and so we are watching 28 and the alternatives, the Highland Park Bridge and the 40th Street Bridge, very closely. Things move pretty well for you on those alternative spans. Now 28 southbound is getting a little bit heavy between Shalerwater and Millvale, and then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges, but those are just the normal delays there. Parkway West is up to its normal tricks. Backing at the top of Green Tree Hill, you're getting heavier traffic now through the west end on South Main Street as an alternative to the Parkway West. Getting reports of an accident on the Liberty Bridge toward the Liberty Tunnel side of the span. Behind the tunnels, 51 northbound backs between Edgebrook and Bousman. West Liberty Avenue stacks to Pioneer. The Parkway East lines up at Wilkinsburg for you. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Well, few people yesterday saw the heavy rains. Indiana County did and had some major flooding issues there. And the potential for developing thunderstorms is this afternoon, the high 83, and then 68 tonight. Still humid really throughout the week. 86 tomorrow, 84 on Thursday. Shouldn't even reach 80 on Friday as we get into the summer weekend. 71 now at the airport.
Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Oscar Mayer wieners, 14 to 16-ounce packages, buy one, get two free. In the produce department, whole seedless watermelons are $4.99 each. in the deli. Old-time mild cheddar cheese is $5.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. 18-ounce bottles, $1.88 each.
It's happening at Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I've always had aspirations to serve my community. I enjoy working at Children's Hospital and being around an environment where I make the kids happy and make the kids smile. Not all hospitals have a dedicated police force, but UPMC does, keeping patients and staff safe. I want families to know that when they come to UPMC, we're here for them.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mars Council voted Monday to approve a merger with Adams Township. Mars Council President Mike Fleming says cost savings along with downtown and street improvements are reasons he's a supporter.
I think it does make it better for everybody.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal up there, southern Butler County. That is a booming area. Mars has been the more established part of the two. Adams still growing, so this makes a lot of sense to share resources.
It'll be on the November ballot, Larry, now that they've both approved it, both the supervisors in the two communities, and it needs a majority of voters in both Adams and Mars to pass.
I think it has a good chance because of the tax implications. If you're telling people, hey, we can lower your taxes by being more efficient, and it won't really change much, and the name will be
Mars Township. So I will no longer be an Adams Township resident. I'll be a Mars Township resident. This would combine, like, police services. They're already in cooperation on a number of areas. And you mentioned the tax cut. The tax cut would go to the voters in Mars Borough. They would receive a big tax cut.
And we're going to check in with Mike and Russ Ford from Adams Township in our next hour.
Great. Surging gun violence in Aliquippa. This really got my attention. How about like on Sunday, 4 people were shot. So they're increasing patrols over there. But then on social media, the police chief basically said, hey, look, we can't deal with all of this unless you deal with us, talking about residents who he says refuse to cooperate.
Yeah, it's been an issue. And so I've reached out to the mayor, Dwan Walker. He wants to have more of a police presence, but they need the cooperation of the community in many cases to get something done.
And Team USA is out of the World Cup tournament after an embarrassing 4-1 loss to Belgium last night in Seattle.
Yeah, one of the worldwide headlines is red, white, and blue it.
Yes, that's what happened.
Yeah.
If you didn't get to see the game and you don't know what happened, Larry will explain.
They lost. We're actually going to have soccer legend Paul Chow join us right after the news at 8.
Yeah, 3 of Belgium's goals were giveaways.
They give absolute giveaways at that level. And the pitch, as they call the field, was tilted. And the USA was in Belgium's territory almost the entire second half, but they gave up in spite of that, too. Yeah. Just the one back-breaking goal was the third one. Because it was a giveaway, literally.
The goalie.
Freeze, and he did. Thank you, Paul.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
So this is a hot dog, a glizzy, but bigger. It's a hot dog, but it's a bigger hot dog. So they're calling it the Big Glizzy.
Is it glizzy or gleazy? You keep screwing me up.
I'm sorry. The Big Glizzy today. he was.
This may be the first time Skeen's ever had a glizzy.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
A great watch doesn't mark time, it marks achievement. Hi, this is Tim Moses. At Moses Jewelers, explore our collection of exceptional, certified, pre-owned timepieces featuring Rolex and other celebrated makers. Each watch is authenticated, selected for condition, and comes with a 2-year warranty. Precision, heritage, investment-level craftsmanship. Discover your timepiece at Moses Jewelers in Seven Fields or at mosesjewelers.com.
Thanks, Tim. Find the perfect gift for that someone special in your life. Visit mosesjewelers.com.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
655 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And the check-in as we check out the roads is showing an awful lot of heavy traffic for folks on the parkways. And we're getting reports of an accident now on the Parkway North as you're heading outbound or northbound away from the city. This just coming to us here, and it looks like it's just north of the Camp Horn Road interchange. So watch for slowdowns there as you're coming toward town on the Parkway North. That's the better ride. No problems. HOV lanes are open. Everything's rolling nicely. Of course, folks, if you're coming down the 28 corridor, the 62nd Street Bridge remains closed for accident cleanup. So watch for heavier than normal traffic using the Highland Park Bridge as your alternate, or maybe the 40th Street Bridge there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Summer is here, and so are the insects. Win the battle with Harmony Organic Insect Control. Nothing is safer, nothing works better. Harmony is earth-friendly, 100% non-toxic, and safe for plants, people, and pets. Harmony Organic Insect Control kills spiders, bed bugs, ants, roaches, lanternflies, mosquitoes, and hundreds of other garden pests. Find Harmony at participating True Value hardware stores or online at harmonyoic.com. Hello, summer. Goodbye, bugs. Thanks to Harmony Organic Insect Control.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
not to know?
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself and Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Kohl's knows summer comes with a few family debates. Like, what's the best ice cream flavor? Or who gets the good pool noodle? But when it comes to Kohl's summer outfits, everyone's in agreement. They're comfy, they're cool, they're stylish. And they're here to make everyone's summer feel a little easier. Shop now for looks that the whole family will sign off on at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Nest Expressions Window Fashion's greatest summer promotion. Free motorization on silhouette and pirouette shades going on right now. 1-888-952-NEST or nestexpressions.com.
Hey, this is Calvin.
And Sam.
With Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
We're looking for experienced deck builders and lead carpenters who want to build high-end outdoor spaces without all the headaches. We specialize in premium decks, covered porch roofs, outdoor living spaces, and custom exterior projects. These are the kind of jobs that you'll actually be proud to put your name on.
And we pay fast.
Apply today at callthecousins.com/careers.
That's callthecousins.com/careers.
Call the Cousins.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
71 with overcast skies at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. An 18-wheeler carrying hazardous materials overturned last night on the 62nd Street Bridge in what's being called a large-scale incident. KDKA-TV's Megan Shin has more.
We just learned from the officer who responded first here on the scene that tractor trailer that tipped over was actually carrying peroxides. This happened around 9:30 on the Sharpsburg side of the 62nd Street Bridge. Crews from Allegheny County Emergency Services, the City of Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire, the Cherry City Fire Department worked quickly together to stop the leak from going into the drainage systems here. The Cherry City Fire Department says the hazardous materials have been taken care of.
For now, however, the bridge is still closed until the truck can be righted and then removed. PennDOT crews are removing traffic obstacles along detour routes for the upcoming 25-day closure of the Parkway East. And that shutdown is just days away, and PennDOT is changing Ardmore Boulevard this week to give traffic coming from Forest Hills its own lane. Along the interstate detour, traffic signals in Wilkinsburg, Point Breeze, and Oakland have been upgraded to keep the traffic flowing. The latest on that large sinkhole that closed Cumberland Road Sunday night in front of UPMC Passavant is there's no estimate yet on when repairs will start or be completed. A McCandless official says the damage is being evaluated and they must also determine who is responsible for the repairs. Marsboro and Adams Township are a step closer to a merger. On Monday, Mars Council voted 6-1 to approve a merger agreement with Adams Township. Mars resident Robert Bresco shared his reaction with KDKA-TV.
I'm very happy because it's going to benefit everybody in Mars, especially us senior citizens on a fixed income. Our taxes are going to drop down from 25.33 to 3.75 mills. That's a big jump.
If a majority of voters in both Adams and Mars approve, police, public works, and other departments will be consolidated, and the combined communities will be called Mars Township. This referendum will be on the November ballot. Aliquippa police are increasing patrols after an increase in shootings, but in a social media post, Police Chief John Lane said the department can't solve crimes without community assistance. Lane said officers received little to no cooperation from witnesses in Aliquippa, and investigators later deal with hostility and people who refuse to cooperate. President Donald Trump has arrived in Ankara, Turkey for the NATO summit that happened minutes ago. Transatlantic Military Alliance is announcing billions in arms deals in an attempt to meet a challenge from the U.S. leader. In KDKA Sports, brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. The U.S. has joined Mexico and Canada on the sidelines of the World Cup after a 4-1 loss to Belgium last night in Seattle. Here's ABC's Lionel Moyes.
Less than 10 minutes into the game, the Belgians struck first after the U.S. defense failed to clear the ball. About 20 minutes later, Malik Tillman scoring off a free kick for the second time in this tournament, but it would be the only bright spot in a disastrous night. Just 61 seconds later, Belgium retaking the lead. Then in the second half, the U.S. goalie mishandles the ball, setting up a third Belgian goal. The Belgians adding insult to injury, scoring a fourth goal in the final seconds of the game.
KDKA Radio News Time, 7:04. It's 71 and foggy at Pittsburgh International. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for your future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. I'm Brian Quaranta, and at Secure Money Advisors, we help retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. To learn more, claim your copy of my book, Right Track Your Retirement, at righttrackpittsburgh.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
7:05 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Alan Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. We do have an accident on the Parkway North I-279. It's just north of the Camp Horn Road interchange. Watch for slowdowns around that. The inbound or townbound side of 279 by comparison is rolling well, and HOV lanes are open for you. The 62nd Street Bridge, as you've been hearing in the news, continues to be closed. The Highland Park Bridge would be a good alternate for you there. We're keeping an eye on traffic around that, and actually 28 on the main line is moving nicely, so just a little extra time required there. It will be extra minutes out of your day as you're trying to travel the Parkway West. Unfortunately, that's pretty heavy the whole way down the front side of Green Tree Hill. Behind the Liberty Tunnels, 51 northbound backs as you approach Bousman. West Liberty Avenue stacks between Brookside and Pioneer. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today will be warm and sticky with clouds, some sun, along with a thunderstorm or two in the afternoon and evening, high 83. Mostly cloudy and humid overnight, patchy fog late, though 68. Tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, very warm and humid with a spotty afternoon thunderstorm, high 86. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. It is overcast and 71 degrees.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Good morning, Larry Richert with anchorman Paul Rasmussen back in the air chair after his reconstruction of his ankle. He's ready. I'm surprised. I can't imagine going through what you went through, to be honest. And I was thinking, what's Paul going to do? Is he one of those gamers? Did you ever play video games?
You know, I used to, way back. And for some reason, I lost. Well, when you and I were growing up, that was, like an Atari video console was like gold, right?
Yeah, it was a big deal.
But now today, what they're doing today, it's way beyond me.
Well, how about this? No more fun or games in the gaming industry. What's that all about? From ABC News, technology expert Mike Dubusky. Mike, welcome back to KDK. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Great to be here.
Were you a gamer growing up?
I was a little bit of a gamer. I'm a car guy, so I played a lot of like Need for Speed and Gran Turismo. So I had like a specific genre of stuff that I was focused on. But I would say that I'm a gamer. And guys, there's a lot of gamers out there. According to a recent report from the International Trade Association, or administration, as it should say, about 78% of U.S. households have a gaming device in them. 190 million Americans play video games, and the industry contributed nearly $66 billion to U.S. GDP last year. So when you hear things like Microsoft is laying off around 4,800 people, a lot of them coming from the Xbox team, well, that's going to have big reverberations across the country and around the world. That's exactly what we heard yesterday, guys, that about 4,800 people are being let go from Microsoft, 1,600 of them from the Xbox team. Over the course of the next fiscal year, which is starting now, 1,600 more Xbox employees are going to be let go. These cuts represent about 2% of Microsoft, about 20% of the Xbox team. And in addition to all that, the company is also spinning off 4 of its game studios as well. Some of them are going to go back to being independent. Some of them are going to go back to their original owners. They say that the games in production are going to continue, but even still, it seems like Xbox and Microsoft are really downsizing that team in a pretty significant way.
What is Microsoft saying about this? What's the motivation?
So there's a couple different reasons here. We've been talking for weeks now about this ongoing shortage in computer memory driven by the artificial intelligence boom. The short story there is that OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, all these other companies that are building large language models need a lot of computer memory. They need RAM in order to run the computers that stuff exists on. And when companies like that, which are flush with investor cash, are buying all this computer memory up, well, that leaves less for the rest of us. Interestingly enough, guys, the memory shortage that is currently affecting everyone from Apple to Microsoft to even the automotive industry, the sort of canary in the coal mine for this was the gaming space. Gamers like to build gaming PCs every now and again, and one of the key components in building a gaming PC is memory. So if you go back like a year or so, a lot of these guys were like, hey, it's getting to be pretty expensive to build these gaming computers. You should keep an eye on computer memory. And now, of course, it's reverberating out, and Apple is raising prices on MacBooks and iPads and so on and so forth. So in a large part, this really started in the gaming industry. As for what Xbox is saying, Xbox executives are pointing to not just that, but sort of broader headwinds in the gaming space. They say that in recent years, there's been this real crunch when it comes to staffing, that a lot of games specifically, just have these high expectations kind of put on them, and teams are really crunched to get things out on time. That creates this burnout problem, which creates the staffing problem. In addition to that, Microsoft, in a statement yesterday about these layoffs, said that they kind of, bought up too many studios under the tenure of their previous executives, and they were just kind of stretched too thin. So they're trying to be a little bit leaner. They call this a little bit of a reset period for Xbox as they try to better compete with the likes of PlayStation and others. But guys, even if you were a PlayStation person, things aren't much better over there. Last week, PlayStation announced that it's going to stop selling physical discs for games. So in about a year and a half, every PlayStation owner is going to have to buy a digital copy. You're not going to have a physical copy. Now, of course, sales of physical games have been going down for years. They only represent about 5% of the overall sales of games that are out there. But even still, some gamers are pretty concerned that losing the option for a hard copy means that if PlayStation decides to pull the plug on anything, those games just kind of vanish, right? They're gone. And it doesn't matter if you saved your progress. So, it's just kind of chaos happening across the board here. Of course, PlayStation prices going up as well over the last year, as has the price of the Nintendo Switch. Overall, really expensive, kind of frustrating to be a gamer in 2026.
It is expensive. I'm looking at new Xbox console prices that'll take effect worldwide August 1st. You can get a Xbox Series X 1 terabyte with disk drive for $800.
Holy smokes.
If you guys head over to PlayStation and look at the highest level of the PlayStation Pro, that's going to be about $1,000 proposition now. So, yeah, it is an expensive proposition. And then you think about the games, right? One of the hotly anticipated games of this year is going to be Grand Theft Auto 6. That's set to come out in November. That is going to be $80 to start. And if you want the Ultimate Edition with all the extra goodies thrown in, that's a $100 game. So we're really starting to see not just the game console manufacturers, but the game makers themselves jack up prices really across the board. Of course, a lot of different economic factors playing in there, but like the memory shortage is a big part of it as well.
I mean, you got to go a long way back to look at where this all really started to take off. To me, it was the Nintendo box. And from there, we've gotten to where we are now.
It was Pong.
From the time of Tetris, right?
Definitely.
Mike, thanks. Great information. Appreciate you.
Of course, guys. Take care.
All right, from ABC, Mike Dubusky.
Well, he knows his stuff on this.
He does. He's their technology expert.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. This is why it's important, I think, for us to pass this along. I don't know how many of our listeners are gamers, but I know a lot of our listeners have relatives or friends who are gamers, and they're going to be looking for gifts. And, boy, is this going to be pricey for birthdays and Christmas and what have you.
Yeah, something to consider. But the fact that memory might be at the genesis of the issue with artificial intelligence chewing up all this data space, interesting how it's affecting the gaming industry.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Alex Goen patented hypnosis. Stop smoking, no cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town July 23rd. Sign up at alexgoen.com. That's alexgoen.com.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Hey, this is Lauren, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's gonna add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
7:15 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Ellen, before you begin, curious, do you ever play games, video games?
Remember Pong?
Pong? Yeah, I know. Well, Casey, our producer, you say there's a new system coming out?
Yeah, it's called the Steam Machine, made by Valve and Steam, who primarily focus on computer games, but they wanted to compete in the console market with PlayStation. It's coming out, base price 512 gigabytes, doesn't even include a controller. $1,049.
Oh.
Well, let's get one for everyone in the newsroom.
When you get a controller and up to 2 terabytes of storage, it'll get you up to $1,400. And then you have to buy games.
There you go.
Wow. Okay.
Ellen wants to play the traffic game.
Yeah, I play that every day. I think I'm a high scorer in that particular game, but not sure. The jury's always out on that. And boy, you have a couple of spots you really need to watch for slowdowns. The Parkway North, I-279, just north of Camp Horn Road, has an earlier accident where we have some delays. We had reports of an accident on the Liberty Tunnel and side of the span, the Mount Washington side of the Liberty Bridge. And because of that, you have heavy traffic backing you to Edgebrook on 51 northbound. West Liberty Avenue stacks between Brookside and Pioneer. You're lining up on the Parkway East solidly at Wilkinsburg on the Parkway West. You certainly have lots of friends there. You're all sitting in traffic together right around the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
And AccuWeather says today's high 83. There are patches of fog around the region. We'll see some sunshine. Doesn't look like any rain around that's on the radar screen now. There could be some thunderstorms develop this afternoon. We will keep you posted. And 71 at the airport now.
Selling your home shouldn't be stressful or take months to do. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, you skip the showings and repairs and get right to the closing table. For a quick, fair cash offer, visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Independence Health System, with nearly 900 physicians and over 7,300 employees, is the third largest health system in Western Pennsylvania, earning top honors for quality of care and recognition from U.S. News and World Report and health grades. Independence Health System, comprising Butler, Clarion, Frick, Latrobe, and Westmoreland hospitals, changing the landscape of healthcare in our region. Independence Health System, expert care here. Visit independence.health.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Do you remember 1981? MTV was launched, Dan Marino was the quarterback for the Pitt Panthers, and PGT Trucking was established in Beaver County. It's hard to believe that was 45 years ago. Since 1981, PGT Trucking has been an industry leader in flatbed transportation, providing quality jobs for drivers, diesel technicians, and office staff in Western PA. Join the PGT proud professionals today. Find out more at pgttrucking.com. 719 News Radio KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky & White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Paul Rasmussen.
Voters in two southern Butler County communities will decide in November whether or not to merge. And we'll have the latest on that story in 11 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Brighten up your morning with Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Coming up next half hour, a chance for you to see Dave Matthews at Pavilion at Star Lake, July 24th from Live Nation. We'll set you up with a family pack of 4 tickets, so stick around. We'll do that right after we get into our next half hour. We're going to get an update on the potential merger of Adams Township and Mars, which would, if it is voted in on November's election, would be Mars Township. And what does that encompass, and what will that mean for people who are from that area? We will let you know.
And coming up in the news at 7:30, I'll have a sound clip from the one member of the borough in Mars who voted against this.
Interesting, because it seems like I talked to Rich Fitzgerald about this. He kind of laughed because in Allegheny County, I forget how many he said municipalities there are.
It's like close to 150, right?
Yeah, and if they were able to combine resources and services, it would go a long way to save money. But
well, I can tell you that, in some communities that have been growing in the southeast, you see this going on. Jacksonville, all of Jacksonville, the city limits are in the county it is in, Duval County. You got what happened in Nashville. They brought together Davidson and Nashville, and so they're all on the same page. It's very large municipalities. Very much unlike what we do here. So this is a new trend.
I guess it's, and we'll see if it starts a trend anyway. But that is in Butler County. Every Tuesday at this time, we check in with another medical professional, brought to you by Independence Health System. Independence Health System, expert care right here. And our expert today is a pelvic health physical therapist, Dr. Samantha Funner, in the Butler area. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? How's everybody today?
Good. Well, we're going to ask you, Doctor, first. Many people may have heard the term. Now, when you talk about pelvic health and physical therapy, what is a pelvic floor? What exactly are we talking about?
Well, the pelvic floor is a group of muscles that make up this basket of tissues and ligaments and reproductive organs that line our pelvis. And as a physical therapist, we specialize in muscles and the way the body moves, but we just specialize in this more specific area of the body. So we can more particularly take care of people who have bowel and bladder issues, and they play a more important role in how we go to the bathroom, sexual function, our core stability, breathing, and posture. And this is just really important because when these muscles don't work properly and they're too weak, or maybe they're too tight and they're not coordinating well, then they can lead to symptoms that we may be experiencing, such as leaking urine, pelvic pain, constipation, pelvic organ prolapse, painful intercourse. You might not be emptying your bowel or bladder properly, and then you could go to something as easy as physical therapy and fix these problems.
So what are the common signs, and what would people need to know to realize, hey, I've got an issue, and see a physician or see a therapist that can make a change? So what would be some of those common signs?
Sometimes something as easy as, you cough, you laugh, you sneeze, and you start to leak urine. You're jumping on a trampoline. But other things that you may not realize, that you're running to the bathroom very frequently. You're getting up in the middle of the night and you're going to the bathroom 2, 3, 4 times a night. Those aren't common. We usually associate these signs of going to the bathroom as normal parts of aging. They're very common, but they're not normal. You should be going to the bathroom, 3 to 6 times a day, having a bowel movement every day, or maybe 3 times a week. If it's not, you should have a conversation with your doctor about that, because something like physical therapy can help. You should not be having pain to go to the bathroom, burning to go to the bathroom, having pressure in your pelvis, feeling heaviness. These could all indicate signs of something's going on. Something as simple as having tailbone pain, hip pain, back pain, and then things related to pregnancy. But then on the other side of that, I specifically do treat men as well. So after having prostate surgery, you shouldn't be leaking urine. And then children who have bedwetting issues as well, we can also address issues in that population. So after a certain age, that doesn't have to be the norm anymore. So we can address things like that. So when you want to have to go to a slumber party and have to worry about using a pull-up anymore, we can kind of hone in and address those issues and those barriers for children.
I'm sure a lot of people have never even considered that this is an option. And to be honest, people are nervous and embarrassed to talk about this kind of stuff. I'm sure you find that, especially at the first appointment. So what can someone expect if they're getting an evaluation?
That's a huge thing, and that's a huge limitation, that people tend to not want to come in for therapy because they're very embarrassed. But respect and that first conversation is huge for us. When they come in, we just sit down and we have a conversation. It's not an appointment where you're going to sit down and we ask you, to get undressed right away or anything like that. You're going to sit down and we're just going to chat. We're going to have a conversation about what's going on, what's been happening, and what do you expect from therapy? What are your goals, and what do you want to have come out of this? Because we all have issues in our life dealing with our pelvic floor, whether you want to admit it or not, whether it's been a one-time event or something that happens more common. And we can talk about it just as friends, and then we can go from there. So on your first appointment, it's just going to be this conversation, an evaluation, talking about what's been happening, what's been going on, the symptoms that you're having, and then we can go from there on what your comfort level is. To best evaluate you from a therapy perspective, an examination internally is the best, but that doesn't have to happen necessarily. To evaluate your muscles of your pelvic floor, to get an idea if these muscles can be too tight or too weak. This is going to be the best idea of what's going on. The huge misconception of physical therapy or of the pelvic floor that these muscles are too weak. And a lot of people are going to go online and they're going to Google their symptoms and they're going to start doing Kegels. And that's a huge word you're going to hear.
Misdiagnosing themselves by going online. I'm glad you brought that up. I advise you reach out. Independence Health System, Pelvic Health, physical therapist Samantha Funair. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Fascinating.
Thank you so much for having us. I appreciate all your time.
Great information brought to you by Independence Health System Expert Care here. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Check in with Ellen.
All right. Thanks, Larry. As we are looking out live with the PennDOT cameras over the area roads, we're certainly seeing the rush hour heat up as we take a look at the ride here this morning. 28. Of course, the 62nd Street Bridge remains closed to you, so the Highland Park Bridge, 40th Street Bridge are alternates where we'll see heavy traffic, but right now that's still moving pretty well. The main line of 28 is a little bit sluggish approaching the Route 8 off-ramp, then again from Shaler Water down to Millvale, a little bit of a break, and then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges, you'll get in line there. Getting in line around an earlier accident on the Parkway North, I-279. This is northbound or outbound as you are heading just north of the Camp Horn Road interchange. So do watch for that. Parkway East inbound is bumper to bumper at Wilkinsburg. Parkway West is stacking at the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
71 with areas of fog at 7:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. And by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. PennDOT is making final preparations ahead of this weekend's closure of the Parkway East, and we have the latest on that with News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush in the newsroom.
Paul, as crews prepare for the Parkway East closure, PennDOT is making changes to detour routes to keep traffic moving. That includes adjusting lanes on Artmore Boulevard in Wilkinsburg and retiming signals along the detour through Wilkinsburg, Point Breeze, and Oakland. Officials say they'll continue monitoring traffic and making adjustments once the closure begins. PennDOT is also working with Pittsburgh Regional Transit and Pittsburgh Water to clear construction impacts along the route ahead of the Commercial Street Bridge replacement project. The 25-day Parkway East closure between the Edgewood-Swissville interchange and the Squirrel Hill Tunnel runs from July 10th through August 3rd. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Well, an overturned truck spilled peroxide onto the 62nd Street Bridge late last night, and the bridge remains closed this morning. That tractor trailer turned onto its side on the Sharpsburg side of the bridge. They were able to mitigate what they say mitigated the hazardous materials, but now the holdup is whether or not they're going to be able to get that truck on its wheels and then off the bridge to reopen it. Marsboro and Adams Township are a step closer to becoming one municipality. On Monday, Marsboro Council voted 6-1 to approve a merger agreement with Adams Township. That was approved there last month. William Lambert voted against the ordinance and talked with KDKA-TV.
I need more information. That's it. I need a lot more information.
If approved, Mars residents would see significantly lower taxes and expenses, and services would be consolidated. Voters in Adams and Mars will decide the issue in November. That merger referendum must pass by a majority in both communities. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. Hopes for a deep World Cup run ended for the U.S. last night with a 4-1 loss to Belgium. American defenders were at fault in 2 first-half goals, and a giveaway by goalkeeper Matt Freese led to another goal in the second half. KDKA Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update at 8 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Your home should be your happy place. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. If you're sitting around your house, you see the faded colors and peeling paint, I got to get this done. We'll get it done right the first time with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. I love that. Get a free estimate, all the details, easy to understand, and it will brighten up your home. Then it will be a happy place. Schedule a free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right. Right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit. Now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
The Second World War is the largest event in human history.
A 20-part series with Tom Hanks.
No part of the globe was untouched. No life unchanged.
Experience the ultimate account of World War II.
Every single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are.
Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
7:35 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest on the commute with Ellen Gamble.
It's a busy commute, Larry. We have a 2-car tangle. Looks like some crews are on scene with it. This is on the right shoulder of the inbound Parkway West between the Parkway Center Mall overpass and the actual on-ramp area. It's not blocking a lane of travel, but Parkway West inbound traffic backs you at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway North has an accident on the northbound side as you try to head past the Camp Horn Road interchange. You're finding slow traffic there. Inbound, it's sluggish for you with the usual rush hour delays approaching Bellevue Westview. 62nd Street Bridge remains closed, as Paul's been reporting. Accident cleanup going on there means the Highland Park Bridge or 40th Street bridges would be good alternatives for you there. The main line side of 28 is backing inbound right around the Shaler Waterworks area. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy fog to start, otherwise warm and sticky today with clouds, some sun, along with a drenching thunderstorm or two this afternoon and this evening. Our high 83. Mostly cloudy and humid overnight with patchy fog developing, low 68. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. We do have some patchy fog. It is 71 degrees.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Big news in southern Butler County. I think it is. Could start a trend with municipalities, maybe. Mars, Adams Township, maybe becoming Mars Township. Officially in November, we'll find out. An important night in Mars last night. And we have two gentlemen back with us. Russ Ford is the chairman of the elected Board of Supervisors for Adams Township. And Mike Fleming, the president of the Council of Mars Borough. Gentlemen can be seen on our live stream at kdkradio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company and our KDK Radio YouTube page. Guys, appreciate you coming back. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Larry.
Good to be here.
Mike, we'll start with you since you had the gathering last evening, and this pushes forward this plan to merge. So obviously it went well if people are for this merger. Tell us what transpired last evening.
Yeah, we had not an overflowing room of people, but a full room, and we had good discussion about the merger. There was a few Adams Township residents in attendance that had some questions and looking for a little more explanation. But overwhelmingly, the sentiment was very supportive of the concept of merging the two municipalities and where it may take us in the future. And that was encouraging. The discussion was more just clarification than it was of any type of real challenge. And the questions were good. And the discussion was good. Everybody there certainly had the opportunity to speak, and I think overall they left well satisfied with the responses and the vision that both the Mars Council and the Adams Township supervisors share. And I think everybody's encouraged by what the possibilities are and where we're going to be with this.
All right, Mike, now Russ Ford, what kind of questions have you been getting about this potential merger in Adams Township?
Well, I think things are really starting to heat up now, Larry. We figured there'd be a little bit of a quiet area, but now that we've both gone through the vote, we have a website up at Adams Township that allows anyone to post questions. We had 3 questions just yesterday in regards to the merger, asking the questions things like, although Mars taxes will go down, does this mean that Adams is eventually going to go up? And that's not the plan accordingly. You know, as we've talked for the longest time, Adams Township has not raised taxes since 1994. And we really believe whenever we crunch the numbers on this deal, that the synergies are there, that we can continue to operate without looking to move taxes up. I think the key to this whole thing, Larry, has been since Mike and I talked about it in January in the first meeting, and we've had 3. We have another one upcoming July 28th that we highly suggest anybody that has questions to come, is we want to be transparent, and we want to make sure that everybody's voice is being heard throughout the process.
And that said, tax obviously implications would be a major factor, I'm sure, for residents for obvious reasons. And then what kind of shared resources could we see in the future? Mike, I assume police department and other things that would help save money overall, correct?
Oh, absolutely. The police effort to bring the two together is very, very important for us. We don't currently enjoy 24/7 coverage and response. We cover about 2 shifts a day, every day. You know, the reassurance that we're going to get, you know, a response around the clock is important to the people, and it should be. You know, we continue to work together on the ambulance, the fire, The library is, of course, is a focal point of this effort. We look forward to bringing that to reality. So there's a lot of good about it, and being able to reduce some of the costs, the redundant costs that wouldn't be necessary, and improving the cash flow as a result, and being able to put that money toward the betterment of the community is what our goal is, and I think we're going to get there. I think it's really going to be good for the people, and it's going to be good for the borough of Mars, and I think the Adams side will be surprised on how efficient we'll be able to do things and what we'll be able to accomplish.
And that said, I don't have to tell you, gentlemen, that area you're in is booming economically. Not all municipalities around the region are seeing that kind of growth either. So this bodes well to keep taxes in check. And Russ, I'm curious, for those who are against it, what are they against? What is their issues that you've heard from anybody, or have you?
I think in any time you do anything like this, Larry, you're going to have certain people that you're not going to change their mind no matter what we tell them. The big question I ask anyone when they're against it is, please tell me why. We will try to overcome and explain to you to answer your why. But in a lot of cases, or in some cases, some of the people are just used to the history of Adams, the history of Mars, and we understand that. We're just going to continue to communicate. And just to add upon what Mike said, here's a perfect example. In the past week, we both had a 250-year celebration, fireworks, added work on both staffs. We can combine that into one, and there'll be obviously a cost savings to the taxpayers. We'll be able to put together a better event along the line. So there are so many synergies, and every time we come across one of these, we're writing them down to make notes to make sure we are prepared. Although, I would say our communities are really booming, we don't take lightly financial responsibility of the taxpayers' money. And we make sure that we look at every line item on the budget on how we can give the best service at the least amount of cost.
Well, this may start a trend. We'll see, gentlemen. Appreciate your time. Mike Fleming, president of the elected council of Marsboro, and Russ Ford, who is the chairman of the elected board of supervisors, Adams Township. Could be Mars Township in the future. Guys, I appreciate the time this morning. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
The Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured? You're in pain, frustrated, and don't know what to do. We lawyers know what to do. So in your time of need, other law firms want to charge you 40%, almost half your settlement. A good friend or neighbor would never do that to you. That's why our fee is only 25%, because you are the one who's been injured, and it's your money. And there is never a fee unless we win your case. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
745 at KDKA. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Still sluggish on the Parkway North, Larry, but moving a bit better. It looks like an earlier accident is in the final stages of clearing northbound, just north of the Camp Horn Road interchange. You do have heavy outbound traffic past that scene, so it'll cost you a couple of minutes. Definitely slow go on the Parkway West. It stacks before the top of Green Tree Hill. It's not helped by the fact that we have an accident off on the right shoulder between the Parkway Center Mall overpass and the on-ramp there. And so folks are slowing down as they pass that. The West End Trek as an alternative is kind of heavy on Route 60 and South Main Street approaching the West End Circle. If you were thinking about that, Banksville Road, very congested approaching the intersection with Crane for your morning ride there. 28 southbound has slow-go traffic in the Etna bypass. The 62nd Street Bridge remains closed to you because of overnight accident cleanup. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. AccuWeather says humid this morning, overcast and patchy fog, but it doesn't show any rain on radar. And there could be some thunderstorm development this afternoon. We'll watch that very carefully. 83 the high, 68 the low tonight. We're at 71 headed out the door.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Summertime and the living is easy, but the cleaning, not so much. You can't do it yourself. If you've got dirty carpets, if you've got hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, you need Zero Res. Get Zero Res's best deal of the summer and get it right now. Take care of business. Big summer savings happening right now. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Get the KDKA special, 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $139 and $5.99 per system for air duct cleaning too. Clean your home's lungs. Zero Res uses their platinum-rated cleaning system that safely and effectively removes all the deep embedded nasty dirt, dander, and bacteria better than anybody else. Visit ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the KDKA special. Take advantage of the summer savings now. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest 3 stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Mars Council voted Monday to approve a merger with Adams Township. Council President Mike Fleming in Mars says cost savings along with downtown and street improvements are reasons he's a supporter.
I think it does make it better for everybody.
And this referendum, Larry, will be on the November ballot. It needs a majority of voters in both Adams and Mars to pass.
Yeah, and I just talked to Russ Ford from Adams and Mike Fleming, as you pointed out, from Mars, and this makes so much sense. We'll see if other municipalities might consider this. And in Allegheny County, there are like 160 some.
Right. A surge in gun violence in Aliquippa has police increasing patrols. The police chief also told residents the department can't solve crimes without their help. Instead, on social media, he said officers are receiving little to no cooperation from witnesses who are sometimes hostile.
I've reached out to Aliquippa Mayor Dwan Walker, and I feel confident we'll have a chance to talk to him. He's encouraging more police patrols, but also encouraging people to speak up, and there's a resistance to that, and in some cases for legitimate fear of their own safety for doing it.
Team USA out at the World Cup after an embarrassing 4-1 loss to Belgium last night in Seattle.
Defensive mistakes put the Americans on their heels early in the game. On the bench, frustrated coach Mauricio Pochettino kicked a rack and sent water bottles flying.
Well, didn't end well.
I think I'd have kicked a rack of water bottles too.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 goals were just atrocious. The third goal. So those that don't know, it was 2-1 Belgium. They scored first, 10 minutes in. USA tied it, and then seconds later, Belgium took the lead again. But the second half started with the USA just pouring it on. They couldn't, and then all of a sudden,
the unfortunate giveaway by the goalie. Yeah.
So we'll talk to Spirit Soccer legend Paul Child
I
coming
think
up.
it's safe to say, Larry, that that's a highlight package I'll probably not watch.
You have to watch the bad goal, though.
Oh, do I really?
Yes, because it'll frustrate you just as much as it did us watching live. Thank you, Paul.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. China's DeepSeek is said to be developing its own chip to help power artificial intelligence systems. That's according to Reuters. DeepSeek has been at the heart of China's effort to compete globally on AI. It developed an AI model last year that stunned the tech world by its performance at a fraction of the cost. Checking on your money, Samsung's quarterly profit surged 19-fold, but it's failing to impress investors used to eye-catching growth numbers from the suppliers of chips to the global artificial intelligence boom. S&P futures are dropping this morning. And Brazil and Mexico fans are feeling the sting of crushing losses in the World Cup. Two of the world's biggest beer companies, Anheuser-Busch and Heineken, are probably going to feel it too. According to analysts at Morgan Stanley, there's a risk that quarterly sales in Latin America will fall short of expectations after the two countries were knocked out of the tournament this week. Shares of both brewers fell in trading yesterday. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Jumpin' July savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural pork baby back ribs are $2.88 a pound. In the produce department, sweet Northwest cherries are $1.98 a pound. In the deli, Coons homemade ham salad $5.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Bush's baked beans, 21.7 to 20-ounce cans, 2 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market, that special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Kohl's knows summer comes with a few family debates, like what's the best ice cream flavor, or who gets the good pool noodle. But when it comes to Kohl's summer outfits, everyone's in agreement. They're comfy, they're cool, they're stylish, and they're here to make everyone's summer feel a little easier. Shop now for looks that the whole family will sign off on at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
7:55 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. Parkway East inbound has the bumper-to-bumper beginning for you at the Wilkinsburg interchange ahead of the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Behind the Liberty tunnels, you have lots of heavy traffic, too, stacking between Edgebrook and Bousman as you make your way to the right turn into the tunnels there. West Liberty Avenue backs between Brookside and Pioneer. You'll line up on the Parkway West inbound at the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound's getting a little bit sluggish there as well. And then heavy through the I-79 interchange as you head toward the airport. 28 southbound is slow go through the Etna bypass. Parkway North looks great on the inbound ride until you go to cross the Veterans Bridge. It's a little slow there, but northbound, just north of the Camp Horn Road interchange, there are delays because of an earlier accident. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020. And KDKARadio.com.
Think your health insurance isn't changing? Think again. Premiums are rising, subsidies may go away, and expensive surprises loom. Have Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits be your health insurance advocates. From Medicare changes to ACA plans, the One Health Benefits experts navigate the insurance maze at no cost to you. Before you renew or enroll, call One Health Benefits. They work for you, not the insurance companies. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
Hey, this is Calvin.
And Sam.
With Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
We're looking for experienced deck builders and lead carpenters who want to build high-end outdoor spaces without all the headaches. We specialize in premium decks, covered porch roofs, outdoor living spaces, and custom exterior projects. These are the kind of jobs that you'll actually be proud to put your name on.
And we pay fast.
Apply today at callthecousins.com/careers.
That's callthecousins.com/careers.
Call the Cousins.
I'm talking with John Diagardi of Rome Monument about something he feels people should avoid. John, can you elaborate?
I sure can, Rob. When a loved one passes, their spouse and relatives are under stress. They feel pressure to get things taken care of quickly.
Is that not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. Rob, when the funeral is over, when everyone goes home, the monument is the one thing that is permanent. 50, even 100 years from now, that monument will still be there. Families need to take time to make decisions about the best way to memorialize their loved one.
John, how can families avoid making a costly mistake?
People shouldn't make quick decisions under stress that they'll regret later. For over 80 years, Rome Monument has helped thousands of families create a lasting tribute to their loved ones. And when you're ready, Rome Monument will be there.
Great advice, John. Friends, visit one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or learn more at romemonuments.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
Your journey to beautiful draperies should begin and end in one of my state-of-the-art Hunter Douglas galleries. This is Lisa. Whether you go to my Wexford or McMurray gallery, I am behind every blind and drapery order. You'll only find me at Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Let's chat. 1-888-952-NEST, or simply book a free shop-at-home appointment. NestExpressions.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
71 with areas of fog at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. PennDOT is making final preparations ahead of this weekend's closure of the Parkway East. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details from the newsroom.
Paul, as crews prepare for the Parkway East closure, PennDOT is making changes to detour routes to keep traffic moving. That includes adjusting lanes on Ardmore Boulevard in Wilkinsburg and retiming signals along the detour through Wilkinsburg, Point Breeze, and Oakland. Officials say they'll continue monitoring traffic and making adjustments once the closure begins. PennDOT is also working with Pittsburgh Regional Transit and Pittsburgh Water to clear construction impacts along the route ahead of the Commercial Street Bridge replacement project. The 25-day Parkway East closure between the Edgewood-Swissville interchange and the Squirrel Hill Tunnel runs from July 10th through August 3rd. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
An 18-wheeler carrying hazardous materials overturned last night on the 62nd Street Bridge in what's being called a large-scale incident. KDKA TV's Megan Shin has more on that.
We just learned from the officer who responded first here on the scene that tractor trailer that tipped over was actually carrying peroxides. This happened around 9:30 on the Sharpsburg side of the 62nd Street Bridge. Crews from Allegheny County Emergency Services, the City of Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire, the Cherry City Fire Department worked quickly together to stop the leak from going into the drainage systems here. The Cherry City Fire Department says the hazardous materials have been taken care of.
For now, the bridge will remain closed until the truck is removed. Marsboro and Adams Township were a step closer to a merger. On Monday, Mars Council voted 6-1 to approve a merger agreement with Adams Township. Mars resident Robert Bresco shared his reaction with KDKA TV.
I'm very happy because it's going to benefit everybody in Mars, especially us senior citizens on a fixed income. Our taxes are going to drop down from 25.33 to 3.75 meals. That's a big jump.
If a majority of voters in both Adams and Mars approve, police, public works, and other departments would be consolidated, and the combined communities would be called Mars Township. The referendum will be on the November ballot. President Donald Trump has arrived in Ankara, Turkey this morning for the NATO summit. Just before Air Force One touched down, NATO hosted a defense forum to spotlight billions of dollars in military projects to demonstrate European allies are investing more of their own money in defense, something the president has for years called on them to do. The Postal Service says a severe financial crisis is the reason the price of a Forever stamp is going up 4 cents this weekend. The increase for a first-class mail Forever stamp from 78 to 82 cents starts on Sunday. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. The U.S. has joined Mexico and Canada on the sidelines of the World Cup after a 4-1 loss to Belgium last night in Seattle. Here's ABC's Lionel Moyes.
Less than 10 minutes into the game, the Belgians struck first after the U.S. defense failed to clear the ball. About 20 minutes later, Malik Tillman scoring off a free kick for the second time in this tournament, but it would be the only bright spot in a disastrous night. Just 61 seconds later, Belgium retaking the lead. Then in the second half, the U.S. goalie mishandles the ball, setting up a third Belgian goal. The Belgians adding insult to injury, scoring a fourth goal in the final seconds of the game.
The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Trust PJ.com. And by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. KDKA Radio News Time is 8:04. 71 areas of fog in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast next.
Sometimes you discover a product that changes your life. Harmony Organic Insect Control. My fear of fleas and ticks is over. Harmony also kills spiders, bed bugs, ants, roaches, stink bugs, lantern flies, and more. Nothing is safer. Nothing works better than Harmony. End the painful scratching that torments your pet. Spray Harmony on your pet's clothing, sofa, curtains, and pillows. Harmony Organic Insect Control also works outside in your garden. Get Harmony. Visit participating True Value hardware stores or online at harmonyoic.com.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but will work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
It's 8:05 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Ellen Gamble.
All right, thanks, Larry. And we've obviously been keeping a very close eye for folks on what's happening around the closure of the 62nd Street Bridge, as Paul mentioned during the news. The accident cleanup continues there. So how are the alternatives doing? The Highland Park Bridge, traffic looks like it moves mostly well around both ends of that span and also on the span itself. Same story over by the 40th Street Bridge. Now, the 28 ride itself just has the usual delays through the Etna bypasses where you'll start to see the slowdowns there. The Parkway North outbound continues continues to have northbound delays for you just north of the Camp Horn Road interchange because of an earlier accident there. Parkway West inbound is stacked at the top of Green Tree Hill. The outbound is slow go there as well. And then very heavy through the I-79 interchange. 79 has some sluggish traffic as you are traveling between the Parkway West and Route 60 Crafton Moon Run interchanges. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Some fog patches early on, otherwise today will be warm and sticky with more clouds and sun. Watch out for a drenching thunderstorm or two this afternoon and this evening. Our high 83. Mostly cloudy and muggy overnight with patchy fog late, low 68. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, 71 degrees with patches of fog.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Good morning, Larry Richert with anchorman Paul Rasmussen, and we are joined by soccer legend Paul Child. Came to our town from Birmingham, England, the early days of indoor soccer at Civic Arena with the Spirit, and has been, for the most part, with us ever since. And he is an expert in soccer. And Paul, I was so disappointed. I was so amped up to watch the match last night. And 10 minutes in, Belgium scores, and then you thought, okay, well, take it from there.
Yeah, exactly. I think, Larry, everybody got – it was a downer, really. It was a Debbie Downer right at that early in the game. But that, in one way, you look at it and you think, well, they've got plenty of time to do something about it. And they did get a goal back, but they just were not they weren't there, you know. It was everybody was not on the ball and on the game. They were all having a hard time, you know, with controlling, giving the ball away, passing to the wrong players, and you can't do that against teams, top teams from Europe. They're going to punish you, and that's what they did.
Paul, I'm curious to know. It's not about the game specifically, but about the game in general. I'm confused by, as a new soccer fan, the offside rule. Can you explain that in a way that I can grasp it?
Well said.
Yeah, that's a good one. The offside rule is you cannot have a offensive player between a defender and the goalkeeper receive the ball. And it's when the ball's kicked, Larry, that's what really causes the problem, and that's where VAR is coming in, because now they can go back, look at it, and see if a player is in that area where between the last defender on the other team and the goalkeeper. So if they've got a foot inside that player and then receive the ball, but it's when the ball's kicked. So that's where it gets complicated, because, you know, judging that, when's he kicking it and when that player steps offside. So that's where VAR's really come in, and he's picking up on all of these offside situations that you think are a goal right away, and the referees let them play until the play's done and then call it back, and that confuses people too.
And that said, at halftime, and I heard the network announcers say, okay, the USA didn't play that great in the first half. They're only down, though, 2-1 with a full half to go. And the pitch seemed tilted, and the USA was in the zone for most of the time. And then this brief letdown. Talk about the third goal and the mishap with the goalkeeper.
Oh, yes, that was a nightmare for a goalkeeper, and you could see it on his face afterwards. I mean, I was shocked. Everybody was shocked, and I'm sure the 70,000 people that were there really kind of made it even worse for the goalkeeper. He was trying to – I don't know really why he came out so quickly. He just thought the defender couldn't get back and help him, and I think he just thought – felt confident and he was going to try and beat the offensive player. And the player got his toe on the ball and, got it away from him and pushed it back to another player who just took a quick shot and caught everybody running backwards and couldn't stop it, couldn't handle it. And obviously that was the killer, the third goal. And Belgium, you could see the team just completely picked up again and made it really difficult for the U.S. to even get into their box to get some shots.
I remember hearing the network announcer go, "This is an absolute disaster for the U.S."
Paul, I'm curious to know, now that it's all over, what's your evaluation of Team USA this time around?
It's a tough one, Larry, because, it was like the last game they were on. Everything was clicking, and perfect and fluid and creating chances, making passes accurate and not losing the ball as much. Now, this game, it's kind of like you got to reevaluate again, what is it that's making these players, have bad games? One good game, one bad game, one good game, and you can't do that. And I think they've just got to go back and look at it, and the coach is going to do that. And I don't know whether the U.S. will keep the coach, because that's what usually happens when it's an international team. If you don't do well, you're gone, So we'll see what happens in that respect.
He gets the boot. Pun intended.
He'll be sacked.
Yes, it would be sacked. That said, I want people to know, before this World Cup started, you said to me, if the USA can make it to the final 16, that would be an accomplishment. Obviously, they failed to make history by winning last night on home soil, which would have been wonderful. But at least it's brought focus and attention to the game here in the U.S. again, and that should bode well for soccer in general.
Oh, definitely, Larry. I mean, just look at the attendance. I mean, I think it's the best attendance the World Cup's ever had. And, I came here a long, long time ago when, people didn't even know what soccer was and trying to promote it. And just to see where it is now, it's fantastic. And especially having the World Cup here brings really more attention to it. And I think the fans really realize now, even though U.S. didn't do great and he's not in the 16, but they're going to see some tremendous soccer and soccer players that, the kids want to emulate and look at and want to be like the Messis, the Ronaldos, Montpe, and all these other players, the young guy, Yaman, from Spain. And it's just good for the game. And I think you're just going to see it even grow even more.
Well, now that you've mentioned some of the great players and they all play for great teams, who do you see playing in the final and maybe even winning it?
I still see France in there, and me being from obviously originally from England, I'm looking to England because that game against Mexico was a tremendous game that they played, and it looks like they've come to do well, and so I think France has obviously the big chance. Argentina are in a very weak group, and they play again today against Egypt, and we'll see what happens again with these lower, rated teams. Larry, they seem to do really well against the top dogs, and we'll see what goes on there. But Argentina are obviously in there, and I really like Colombia. That's kind of a team that are very good and could be an upset.
Well, appreciate your expertise and time, Paul. I may call again as we get to the championship match, but it's been a lot of fun to catch up with you. Thank you, my friend.
You're very welcome. Enjoyed it.
I told Paul, our anchor man here, you sound just like Paul McCartney on the phone, but you can't sing.
No, I wish I could have sang, a bit of singer instead of a soccer player.
All right. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Larry. Talk to you.
Soccer legend, Paul Child.
Fun stuff, Larry.
Oh, he's a good guy.
Good guy.
I love him, and he knows his stuff. So, good conversation. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Ellen Gamble, what do you see?
We see an accident now being cleared in the Wind Gap section of the city of Pittsburgh, Wind Gap Avenue at Chartiers Avenue. So heads up as you're traveling there. Parkway West inbound. That's an interesting ride, backing at the top of Green Tree Hill. If you were trying to scoot down through the west end out of Crafton as an alternative, Route 60 is heavy approaching South Main Street, and South Main is heavy all the way to the West End Circle. Outbound on the Parkway West, you're finding slow-go traffic in the I-79 interchange. The inbound Parkway East is heavy for you at Wilkinsburg. 28's trying to ease out already. Volumes are still heavy at times between the Route 8 off-ramp and Millvale, but it is getting a little bit better. There are still some residual delays for you on the Parkway North, northbound or outbound, past an earlier accident scene just north of Camp Horn Road. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of clouds right now. So that patchy fog. AccuWeather says 83 this afternoon's high, and there could be some thunderstorms that develop. Right now, nothing's showing up on the radar, so we'll also see some sunshine headed out the door, 71.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's 820 News Radio KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Paul Rasmussen.
Voters in 2 southern Butler County communities will decide in November whether or not to merge. And we'll have the latest coming up in 10 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
What's trending with T on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
To Myra Rush.
Hey, Larry.
In studio from her newsroom. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I missed you last week.
I know. It seems like...
Nothing was trending for me.
Oh, really?
No, not really.
Okay, well, we're here. I'm back.
What's trending now?
Oh, my goodness. Soccer, of course.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about it. I know absolutely nothing about soccer. All I know is two words. Ronaldo and is it Messi? Messi. Those are the only two I know. All the kids love them. You know, they wear their shirts, but it's a different game. I watched I did watch Mexico yesterday. No, the day before. What's today? Oh my God, I was away.
I think it was.
Was it no?
Might have been yesterday.
Was it yesterday? Yes.
Monday, yeah.
Was it Monday or Sunday? I think it was Sunday. No, Mexico played Sunday. United States played Monday. So I did watch the game, but it's confusing.
What? They kicked the ball.
They
How
the
confusing
ball.
is it?
Off their heads?
Oh, yeah.
It's like that
They're
hurts.
not allowed to touch it with their hands except the goalkeeper.
Except the goalie.
Yeah.
Right?
But he can only do that inside that box that they have a line.
The line?
On the pitch, they call the field.
Oh, okay.
The match.
It's football.
Yeah, with Paul Rasmussen and Paul Child, we were just talking about the network announcer when they scored that third goal last night,
right.
Belgium, which the goalkeeper screwed up big time, like major. He goes, "This is an absolute disaster."
Oh, my goodness. So that's football, though, correct?
They call it in other countries
football. But what are we doing using
Germany, it's Fußball.
So ours isn't football. Ours is handball or pass or
no, it's soccer.
No, our football.
Oh,
we
football.
say football.
Oh, yeah.
Our football.
Our football really
is not football.
Technically is not football.
It's handball. It's more of a hand.
Yeah, you want your hands on the ball as opposed to don't touch it.
Exactly. So that's
good point.
Yeah, right?
The other thing I thought about is there's no commercials.
None.
You watch solid start to finish to the half and then half to the end.
All of these minutes are going up, and then you get 10. Mexico got 10 more minutes.
Well,
what is up
they
with
do
that?
Stop time minutes where they, along the process of the game, they evaluate the stop time when there would be, say, an injury or something, and that adds up, and they add those minutes to the end of the 90 minutes. So it's 45 minutes a half.
45 minutes a half, but then they get additional, and the clock continues to run. It doesn't stop.
Yeah, so it sort of stops because let's say there's an injury.
Right.
And everybody goes see how the person's doing, and they seem to drop a lot. Over time,
they drop a lot.
Over time, they add those seconds up, and however many minutes, they'll add that to the clock.
So if you're down for 2 minutes, they add that 2 minutes back on. Oh, wow.
Something like, so they added last night 4 minutes, so it's 90 minutes, and then they added 4 stop time minutes.
In the United States, we don't have anything on football, on soccer.
Well,
it's more intense.
I told Paul there's a famous quote. This is international. It says, "Red, white, and blue it."
Yeah, I heard you say that. They did. They actually
that poor
had a
goalie,
chance.
He will never forget that the rest of his life.
No, but it's interesting. The guy you just spoke with, he said something
Paul.
about the coach.
Oh, he'll
Isn't
probably
that
get
like,
fired.
well, that's like football here in America,
you
right?
don't win, see ya.
It says, goodbye.
I mean, they change coaches like underwear in the NHL.
Oh, wow. It was sad to watch, though. People crying and falling out.
It took 4 years to get there.
I mean, he got 4 more years. Work on it.
That's all right. We won the gold in the hockey.
Yeah.
In the Winter Olympics.
Yeah. Olympics is awesome. I love to watch. I love the Winter Olympics.
So,
Summer Olympics.
would you go now
Special Olympics.
to a Riverhounds game?
I would. I'm very interested in soccer now.
It's a great atmosphere.
Because it was the hype.
Oh.
I mean, all over. Everybody was, excited about it. And then it's something that you don't know. I mean, you raise your kids. I know in our communities, we raise football, basketball, and track. Those are the 3. But we don't focus on golf in Black communities and soccer minimum. But I think that there are so many advantages to kids playing youth sports
around the country, around the world.
That's right. And that's a thing that, when we look around and we see, I was away, but, I'm attached to social media and seeing some of the things that were happening this past weekend with the youth again and over and over and
Team
over. Team takeovers. And it's
How about take over a soccer field and play?
And that's exactly what I'm saying. It should be somehow, some way, these kids have to be put in programs that take away. I know the city has an astronomical amount of youth programs and youth. I mean, there's so many in Homewood. The Promise Center is one, that the kids can go and they can play. But you look around, you see 10 kids here and 5 kids here.
But these
like,
young
why?
teens should not be out after midnight like they were in East Liberty. There were 150 of them over the weekend.
Yes, I heard that. And I made this comment last week that was something that I just never was privy to do. My mom was never allowing us to be out that late. It's amazing to me that these teen takeovers is not just here in the city of Pittsburgh. It's across the country. They're doing it in Florida. I mean, when I was in Florida this weekend, it's crazy.
It got really ugly. Charleston, South Carolina, over the weekend, one of these teen takeovers, they attacked a female police officer.
Yes.
With, I think that's not armed weapons, but other, somebody had, I don't know what it was that this young teen girl was beating this female officer with, and then she had to be rescued when other officers came to help.
Right, and it's not just young males.
No.
It's the females as well.
I've seen that. Well, Marty
just
posted
blows my mind.
Not so young female fighting in the city streets, but the teen takeovers, there's a shared responsibility.
Sit your kids down, let them watch these games, soccer games.
Send them
involved.
to the pitch.
Yes.
To play soccer.
Unbelievable.
It's inexpensive. You get a ball, you got shoes.
That's all you need.
Go to it. Thanks, T.
You're welcome.
Good to see you back.
Thank you.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And we're getting reports of a water main break that's happening in Squirrel Hill. So City of Pittsburgh very busy with this. And apparently it's quite the site, 3100 block of Beechwood Boulevard. Crews are on scene there. So you'll find some sluggish traffic as you try to head in that area. Coming inbound on the Parkway East, you have lots of company backing at the Wilkinsburg interchange. Parkway West inbound stacks for you at the top of Green Tree Hill. Things getting a little bit better for you on 51 northbound, just a little heavy approaching Bowser before you make that right turn into the Liberty tunnels from Sawmill Run Boulevard. And we do still have the West Liberty Avenue Route 19 track heavy for you between Brookside and Pioneer, making your way to that same intersection. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
And the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
71 with areas of fog at 8:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Marsboro and Adams Township are a step closer to being one municipality. On Monday, Mars Council voted 6-1 to approve a merger agreement with Adams that was approved there last month. William Lambert voted against the ordinance and later talked with KDKA-TV.
I need more information. That's it. I need a lot more information.
If approved, Mars residents would see significantly lower taxes and expenses, and services would be consolidated. Voters in Adams and Mars will decide the issue in November. This merger referendum must pass by a majority in both communities. Aliquippa police are asking residents to speak up as investigators work to address a recent rise in violent crime. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details in the newsroom.
That's right, Paul. Chief John Lane says officers are increasing their presence in areas where violent crime has occurred, including the Linmar Terrace neighborhood with the goal of preventing more violence and responding quickly when crimes happen. But police say solving those cases requires help from the community. Officials say investigators often knock on doors and speak with residents who may have information, but are sometimes met with resistance. Police say 4 people were injured in a shooting last weekend during a 4th of July gathering, but so far no witnesses have come forward. Chief Lane says public safety is a shared responsibility and is asking anyone with information about a shooting or violent crime to contact police. He says even a small piece of information could help investigators identify those responsible and prevent future violence. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A Harmony man is accused of allowing his 14-year-old boy to drive a vehicle that hit a house. Zielinopol police say it happened last month on Mercer Street when the teen pushed the gas pedal instead of the brake. They also say 43-year-old Michael Stockett was sitting in the passenger seat at the time of the crash. Stockett is charged with misdemeanor child endangerment. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. Hopes for a deep World Cup run ended for the U.S. last night with a 4-1 loss to Belgium. KDKA Radio News Time, 8:32. Our next update at 9 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Lose weight. Alex Goen patented hypnosis, the only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious, engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late-night fridge attacks, full on half the food so you lose the weight, no matter what you tried before. Engineered to work. Only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. G-O-E-N. That's alexgoen.com.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Is it soda or is it pop? The very question has baffled philosophers for centuries. At Red Ribbon, we call it soda pop. Coming from a time when every small community had their own soda pop shop to call their own, we bottle Pittsburgh's pop with the same quality and standards as we did when the first bottles rolled off the line in 1904. Made with cane sugar, Red Ribbon Cherry Pop will take you back, way back. Look for our products at any Giant Eagle or Giant Eagle Market District, and always remember to drink Red Ribbon.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Life moves fast, and having a primary care physician who knows you means someone is keeping pace with your health. At Independence Health System, your primary care doctor knows your history. They're your first call for checkups, screenings, telehealth visits, and everyday concerns, connecting you directly to a network of trusted specialists across our system and hospitals, all here for you. Find expert care here at Independence Health System.
It's 8:35, KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest from Ellen Gamble.
The latest is, of course, we have the 62nd Street Bridge closed because of overnight accident cleanup that is continuing there. The Highland Park Bridge is a good alternate. Traffic is moving well on that bridge and the 40th Street Bridge. 28 southbound is heavy through the Etna bypass. Then you're slow go again at Millvale down to the 31st Street Bridge. We do have reports of a water main break in Squirrel Hill in the 3100 block of Beechwood Boulevard. Watch out for crews on scene there and possible restrictions. Crews are on scene in Wind Gap with an accident on Wind Gap Avenue at Chartiers Avenue. Also working with a vehicle fire are crews in West Mifflin on Lebanon Road near Noble Drive. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today will be warm and sticky with clouds, some sun, along with a thunderstorm or two in the afternoon and evening, high 83. Mostly cloudy and humid overnight, patchy fog late, though 68. Tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, very warm and humid with a spotty afternoon thunderstorm, high 86. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, we're at 71 degrees with patches of fog.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Curb appeal. That's a real estate catchphrase when they want you to know a home looks really beautiful from the outside. You want the same thing anyway. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters, which, by the way, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. You're dealing with the owners. Now, there's no reason to procrastinate. All you have to do is get the professionals to do the job right from the start. And all you need to do is schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I'm Larry Richard, and every Tuesday we check in with Anthony Olshansky, who is part of our Next Take Pittsburgh University of Pittsburgh team. Overnights, 1 a.m. till 5. I hear them on the way in. And Anthony, who joins us on our live stream, KDKRadio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company, and our KDK Radio YouTube page, is suit and tied up. What's that backdrop, Anthony, I see there?
It is a massive peacock, believe it or not. I am in Houston, Texas, so I'm an hour behind, so I had to make sure I woke up a little early.
Well, I appreciate it. What are you doing in Houston, Texas?
Family. It's wonderful. It's like tropical paradise down here.
Yeah, it's really warm, isn't it? They've been hitting almost triple digits. Most of the country has had excessive heat, but not so in Texas, or yes?
Well, believe it or not, it's much more humid and hot in Pittsburgh. I mean, you come down here, and yes, of course, the heat is pretty similar temperature-wise, but it doesn't feel as beating on the skin.
All right, you got a baptism by fire as you went on the air live with Michael Bartley and producer Casey Irwine, who's here. Casey, you and Anthony shared this long day that was interrupted by severe weather, speaking of humidity and thunderstorms. How did it go for you? Your first official remote with us on KDKA.
It was terrific. We had a wonderful time. Michael and I co-hosted for 4th of July. I was joined by one of my other Next Take co-hosts, Owen Lenson. Casey and I helped set up pre-show, and he, of course, was doing the production side of things. And it was a really great time. It was wonderful to see almost 20 to 30,000 people at the 4th of July in Point State Park, and to see all of the attractions that were there. Everybody looked like they were having a great time. The rain came and went, and fireworks went off as usual. It was truthfully a great 4th of July, and especially a great way to spend America 250.
Casey said he had to hold down the fort, though, right, Case?
Yeah, I was the designated survivor.
Yeah, all that equipment, for those that don't know, they had to evacuate the park for a period of time because of thunderstorms, and then people were allowed back in. And Casey, you had all that equipment you had to cover that up, right?
Yeah, I had to cover it up, and I was like, well, even if I cover it up, so it doesn't get wet, it's like, do I really want to leave it here? I know how expensive our Comrex is, which is how we connect back to the station. I know how expensive that is. I don't really want to leave it in the middle of Point State Park unprotected. You know what? As long as lightning does not strike in the middle of the park, I'll be fine. I end up fine.
So where did Anthony and Michael Bartley go? Where'd you guys go?
We went over to the Wyndham.
Must have been packed in there because there weren't many places, I would imagine, that were open on July 4th downtown.
Yeah, and especially with Anthrocon being held, a lot of the people that were coming in for Anthrocon, it was sort of people coming in and out, and there were a lot of people, but everybody ended up making it safely.
Furries everywhere. So that said, you're going to be doing more with us, I know, in the future. And when does school, you'll be going into your junior year, when does University of Pittsburgh go back to classes?
Yeah, so it's late August. I believe it's around August 22nd or 23rd. In fact, we're going to talk a little bit about Pitt Athletics launching the Beyond the Script podcast today here on Next Take 100.1 FM. So that's going to be really exciting. But yeah, it'll be more towards that late August when everybody else is going back.
Yeah, for some reason, I thought you guys went back earlier, but that's pretty much when all the local schools, too, K through 12, all go back late August. So you get a nice break. What are you going to do all summer?
Well, I'm currently here in wonderful Houston, Texas, and I will just be continuing to work throughout my summer, hit the pavement, try to walk like 10,000 steps a day to get my health right, and just keep going one day at a time.
Well, appreciate you joining us, and great job on Saturday. I was listening to you guys, and I didn't know that Casey threw himself on the equipment, so I'm proud of both of you.
Thank you.
All right. Anthony Olshansky, who is part of our Next Take Pittsburgh on the Big K Morning Show.
Everything you need to start your day with the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round-trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
What do you do when the power goes out for an hour, a day, a week? How long can you go without light, heat, your refrigerator? How long before pipes burst, food goes bad? With a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, when your power is out, your Generac is on. It's that simple. Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh always has generators in stock and technicians that can install and maintain them. Visit GeneratorSupercenterofPittsburgh.com to get started.
Need to order food for your workplace?
Yep.
That's a rhetorical question. Who are you?
Oh, I'm May, an admin who loves EasyCater.
Well, may I continue? I'm the voice of EasyCater. And don't you have work?
Actually, EasyCater saves me so much time ordering food for the office, I thought I'd take a minute to spread the word.
Well, this is a 30-second spot, and we're halfway through, so...
Right. EasyCater gives you a huge variety of restaurants to feed your workplace. Any group size, any budget, anytime, anywhere. How's that?
You trying to take my gig?
Start an order at EasyCater.com.
What's going on here?
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your journey to beautiful draperies should begin and end in one of my state-of-the-art Hunter Douglas galleries. This is Lisa. Whether you go to my Wexford or McMurray gallery, I am behind every blind and drapery order. You'll only find me at Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Let's chat. 1-888-952-NEST or simply book a free shop-at-home appointment nestexpressions.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
This report brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
It's 8:45 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
All right, thanks, Larry. And we're getting reports of an accident on northbound 28. This is as you're approaching the Harmer interchange. Do watch out for crews who are being dispatched to the scene there. Crews still working with the overnight accident cleanup on the 62nd Street Bridge. So that is keeping things closed for you there as you come southbound on the 28 corridor. You have delays that greet you in the Etna bypass down toward Millvale, and then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges there. And the alternatives, the Highland Park Bridge and 40th Street Bridge, are rolling well in spite of the closure of the 62nd Street Bridge. Reports of a water main break in Squirrel Hill. Heads up for restrictions in the 3100 block of Beechwood Boulevard. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And we're looking at 83 for a high today. We did hit 87 yesterday. Most people did not see the rain. However, those that did, particularly in Indiana County, had some serious flooding issues. There could be thunderstorms developing this afternoon. We'll keep an eye on that. 68 overnight, 86 for your Wednesday tomorrow, and 71 at the airport now.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about good mayo, Duke's mayo. It'll make any dish sing. Get Duke's mayo in store. It's got twang.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real? Or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Have you saved enough? What are you going to do with Social Security? What will your taxes look like in retirement? Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane at Accurate Solutions Group believe retirement planning should be easy and you should be able to get all the information you need in one place. That's why Kurt and Ethan's team created the Your Retirement Kit, a comprehensive resource for your retirement. In it, you'll find a copy of the Retirement Income Planning booklet. This booklet will help guide you through retirement with insight on taxes, Social Security, income, and more. To get a copy of your retirement kit, text KIT to 412-515-3355. In addition to the booklet, you'll also receive updated resources on some of retirement's most common concerns. Help simplify your retirement planning. Claim your retirement kit from Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane now by texting KIT to 412-515-3355. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The Big K Morning Show brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Mars Council voted Monday to approve a merger with Adams Township. Council President Mike Fleming says cost savings along with downtown and street improvements are reasons he's a supporter.
I think it does make it better for everybody.
This referendum will be on the November ballot, Larry. It needs a majority of the voters in both Adams and Mars to pass.
And both men, we talked to Russ Ford from Adams Township last hour as well, and they both feel confident that there's enough support for this to actually happen.
A surge in gun violence in Aliquippa has police increasing patrols there, and the police chief, in a social media post, told residents the department can't solve crime without their help. Instead, he says officers get little to no cooperation from witnesses who are even sometimes hostile.
Well, there's a sense of And there could be genuine fear for some people that, being a neighborhood snitch is a bad thing in some circles, and they could be just afraid to say anything for fear of retribution. We're going to check in with the mayor, Dwan Walker, here probably, if not this morning, we'll get him tomorrow.
Team USA is out of the World Cup tournament after an embarrassing 4-1 loss to Belgium last night in Seattle.
Defensive mistakes put the Americans on their heels early in the game. On the bench, frustrated coach Mauricio Pochettino kicked a rack and sent water bottles flying.
And as I told you, the halfway point, right, at halftime, it was just 2-1. Belgium, obviously 45 minutes plus stop time to overcome, and the USA was pouring it on for a while, and then the goalkeeper gave up this easy goal, and everybody that was there for the U.S., which was most people, were just blown away. It was
now, I know that you caught a really good headline on this morning, the loss.
Red, white, and blew it. That was an international headline, and the network announcer saying, this is an absolute disaster for the United States. So they're out. That's as far as they've ever gone to the final 16. So Belgium goes on to play Spain in the quarterfinals.
One of the things I have enjoyed most about catching some of these games is Messi, the goal-scoring machine for Argentina. Have you seen him play?
Yeah.
It's something.
The stuff
he can
to
do
see with his foot, and he's small in stature.
Yeah, he's not a big guy.
I think he's like 5'7", and he is known as one of the world, if not the top player, along with Ronaldo, who's out with his country. So we'll see what happens from here. But big disappointment on your home soil in Seattle to not advance, at least to the next round.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
When it comes to your home, trust means everything. At Home Genius Exteriors, trust starts with a conversation and a free roof and attic inspection. And it's earned with every roof we install. Let our dedicated project team and certified installers give you peace of mind. Call now and get 50% off all roofing materials, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-YOU-ARE-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Wow, the Medicare stuff. Confusing, stressful, planning is difficult. It can be expensive. Check this out. I love MediConnect. They can talk Medicare. It's easy to follow. You can be confident in your coverage. Folks, I trust them. They've had great success. There is no cost for their help. They're local. Their advisors are live. Seriously, in your neighborhood. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Give them a call.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Kohl's knows summer comes with a few family debates. Like, what's the best ice cream flavor? Or who gets the good pool noodle? But when it comes to Kohl's summer outfits, everyone's in agreement. They're comfy, they're cool, they're stylish. And they're here to make everyone's summer feel a little easier. Shop now for looks that the whole family will sign off on at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I joined Dad and my sister Sarah in the family business after serving 5 years in the Marine Corps. That was a rewarding but tough time, and my sister helped me through it. When I was in boot camp and then deployed in Iraq, I received a letter from Sarah every single week. Every week. She'd make me laugh with her stories about what was going on at home. She even wrote letters to my fellow Marines to encourage them during those tough times. Sarah is funny and full of compassion, and her letters gave me a connection to the outside world that was, well, indescribable. Now, as a chartered financial analyst, I get to work with Sarah and my dad every day. We work closely as a team to develop investment strategies, so when you trust in us, you have all of us working on your behalf. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com. BOTKIN. That's botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
It's 8:55 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Alan Gamble, what's going on?
What's going on, Larry, is we have some crews working with an accident on northbound 28 as you approach the Harbor Interchange. Watch for slowdowns there. It's the southbound side that's a little bit slow past the Etna bypass and then again at Millvale as you head toward town. And we're also getting some slowdowns as you approach the Highland Park Bridge, which, of course, is one of the alternates to the closed 62nd Street Bridge as accident cleanup continues there. Parkway East inbound, you have the lineup beginning at Wilkinsburg. Parkway West inbound has the slowdowns for you right around the top of Green Tree Hill there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Friends, this is Rob Pratt, joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monuments. John, we've talked a lot about how families should take some time to mourn before selecting a monument. So why do so many people still rush into it?
Well, we're hearing that some folks are under the false impression that they have to buy a monument right away, and even that they have to buy it directly from the cemetery if they want to make sure it will be protected.
And that's just not the case, right?
Not at all, Rob. Rome can design and install a memorial in any cemetery, and no matter which cemetery you choose, our total protection warranty will always remain in effect.
So basically, people should never be pressured into choosing a memorial right away and are never required to buy it from the cemetery.
That's right, Rob.
Thanks so much, John. And folks, you can learn more at romemonuments.com or visit one of their 9 area showrooms.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Hey, this is Calvin.
And Sam.
With Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
We're looking for experienced deck builders and lead carpenters who want to build high-end outdoor spaces without all the headaches. We specialize in premium decks, covered porch roofs, outdoor living spaces, and custom exterior projects. These are the kind of jobs that you'll actually be proud to put your name on.
And we pay fast.
Apply today at callthecousins.com/careers.
That's callthecousins.com/careers.
Call the Cousins.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Alex Goen, patented hypnosis. Lose weight, destroy cravings. Late day binges, stress eating, no hunger, no willpower. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town July 23rd. Sign up at alexgoen.com. That's alexgoen.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
73 with some areas of fog. At 9 o'clock, I'm Paul Rasmussen. PennDOT is making final preparations ahead of this weekend's closure of the Parkway East. And News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the latest from the newsroom.
Paul, as crews prepare for the Parkway East closure, PennDOT is making changes to detour routes to keep traffic moving. That includes adjusting lanes on Ardmore Boulevard and retiming signals along the detour through Wilkinsburg, Point Breeze, and Oakland. Officials say they'll continue monitoring traffic and making adjustments once the closure begins. PennDOT is also working with Pittsburgh Regional Transit and Pittsburgh Water to clear construction impacts along the route ahead of the Commercial Street Bridge replacement project. The 25-day Parkway East closure between the Edgewood-Swissville interchange and the Squirrel Hill Tunnel runs from July 10th through August 3rd. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
An overturned truck spilled peroxide onto the 62nd Street Bridge late last night, and the bridge remains closed. Now, that tractor-trailer turned onto its side on the Sharpsburg side of the bridge around 9:30 p.m., and crews worked to keep the chemical from entering drainage systems. Overnight, an update from a fire company said all hazardous materials were mitigated, but the bridge would remain closed until the truck is righted and removed. Prosecutors in Provo, Utah started Monday laying out their case against Tyler Robinson, the person accused of murdering conservative influencer Charlie Kirk. With more on this week's preliminary hearing, here's ABC's Alex Stone.
As one video of Charlie Kirk being shot was shown in court that only the judge and attorneys could see, the judge visibly jumped in reaction to what he was watching. On the witness stand on day one of the hearing, police officer Christopher Bagley described the moment of the shooting.
What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot. As graphic videos were shown to the judge, Erica Kirk left the courtroom clutching prayer beads. Alex Stone, ABC News, Provo, Utah.
Mars Borough and Adams Township are a step closer to a merger. On Monday, Mars Council voted 6-1 to approve a merger agreement with Adams. President Robert Bresco shared his reaction with KDKA-TV.
I'm very happy because it's going to benefit everybody in Mars, especially us senior citizens on a fixed income. Our taxes are going to drop down from 25.33 to 3.75 mills. That's a big jump.
If a majority of voters in both Adams and Mars approve, police, public works, and other departments will be consolidated, and the combined communities will be called Mars Township. That referendum will be on the November ballot. A major manufacturer is expanding. The Pittsburgh Business Times reports Curtiss Wright, a provider of aerospace, defense, and industrial technologies, will invest $80 million to expand its operations in Cheswick. The expansion will include 150 jobs in 2 new manufacturing buildings. Also, the Community College of Beaver County is offering 5 new academic programs in the fall to meet regional workforce needs. The new programs include safety management, sales professional, and 3 tracks in healthcare: administration and patient care, leadership, and support specialist. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. Paul Skeens is tonight's starter as the Pirates open a 3-game home series with the best team in the National League. The Bucks and Braves will play tonight at 6:40. The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 9:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman with One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for a health insurance plan that can save you thousands. 73 areas of fog, AAA traffic, and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Rick Fish, that's his name. He's the owner of Specialty Window and Door. He's been doing this since 1980 right here in our hometown. Why is that important? Because if you're looking for new windows, your first question is going to be, okay, I hear so much. Where do I begin? Why not start with somebody who's been here, done that, and no matter what style of window you need, vinyl, fiberglass, wood, custom solutions, Provia, Joyce, Marvin Anderson, names you know, Rick Fish and his team can do it right. And it's so important to get people, anytime they're doing anything that involves your home, you got to get the right team to make sure it gets done on time the way you want it. And right now, Rick will give you $50 off per window, $200 off for an entry door. Check them out at specialtywindowanddoor.com.
CCAC fall registration is open, and you can still sign up for summer class. Get this. Whether you're a new or existing CCAC student, currently in high school, or enrolled at another university. CCAC summer classes are a win-win. Folks, they're affordable college credits. They can speed up your education or transfer to more than 500 colleges and universities. Visit ccac.edu and start saving a bundle.
9:05 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And the check-in includes a couple of accidents here. We have something happening for sure. It's a reported accident on the outbound Parkway East as you're rounding the bend there just after the on-ramp comes up from Oakland and Bates Street, and you're trying to head out toward the Greenfield Bridge overpass and the Squirrel Hill interchange. You'll find some sluggish traffic there. We don't see things stopped, but it is definitely heavy. The inbound ride on the Parkway East stacks for you right around Wilkinsburg. The 28 northbound has an accident as you're approaching the Harmer interchange. Watch out for slowdowns there. The southbound ride on 28 is heavy right around Shaler Water, and then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Of course, with the 62nd Street bridge closed, the Highland Park Bridge will be your alternate. That is rolling well. Parkway West inbound continues to stack at the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Patchy fog to start, otherwise warm and sticky today with clouds, some sun, along with a drenching thunderstorm or two this afternoon and this evening. Our high 83. Mostly cloudy and humid overnight with patchy fog developing, low 68. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. We're up to 73 degrees.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Larry Richert with anchorman Paul Rasmussen. Paul again. Getting a lot of notes. People are very happy you're back in the air chair.
I just had a chance to review some of the comments that were made yesterday after you guys posted on our morning show pages. I think it was a back and forth with me and you from yesterday morning. Anyway, lots of really encouraging and very kind comments. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
And yeah, to anyone who's been kind enough to send a note to Paul and or me, we appreciate it. I thought it was funny. Some people would ask me, what did you do with Paul? Like I had something to do with this. So
right.
For those that don't know, you went through an extensive ankle procedure reconstruction and took a long time to be immobilized.
Yeah, it was. Hey, something just popped up I wanted to share with you if you've got time.
What do you got?
The budget talks are still rolling on in Harrisburg, right? June 30th was the deadline, and guess what didn't happen?
Well, that kind of slid under the radar with the holiday week.
Right, I think that's true. Well, Senator Jay Costa was on with Rob Pratt last night, and he thinks that they're making some progress. Here's what he said.
We are continuing to work. I don't want folks to think that we're not having conversations. Multiple times during the course of the day, except for Saturday, of course, which was 4th of July. Everyone's been talking, including today. I'm heading up there to try to be helpful in terms of moving the ball forward some more, and we'll see how it plays out.
And he also said that he's willing to compromise to get something done.
We're going to keep fighting for it. We got to find compromise along those lines. We're willing to compromise. A lot of folks want to go right to $15 an hour, and that's kind of where we want to end up at. But the reality is, I think doubling the rate is just simply too much. And that's why we've been advocating for an incremental increase, 11, 13, 15 over a period of years.
Yeah, a lot of people, though, they're saying, look, he's right. It's $7.25 an hour, minimum wage in the state.
It's embarrassing, really.
Well, and it's been that way for years. So to go to 15, which if you talk to anyone, when Kevin Battle and I were going out on Fridays to the different diners around.
Right. Yeah, I remember this.
Almost everybody we talked to, business owner of any sort, was telling us that regardless of what the minimum wage is, they had to pay more to get people to work.
Oh, yeah.
And,
it's one of the reasons you're paying $6 and $7 for a hamburger at fast food joints.
It's what the market would bear in terms
between that and beef costs, too. So
yeah, and there are a lot of challenges for hourly workers who don't have, trained skill sets like one of the crafts or, the craftsmen or the guilds, the union groups that offer training and those kind of things. I'm just talking about unskilled labor. $7.25. I don't know who's paying that at this point.
And what I remember that seems to have changed a fair amount is the number of young people, high school students, the jobs that they used to take, working at McDonald's, Taco Bell, the gas station, etc. Those kind of retail and food service jobs, they're paying way more, but they're still not attracting, with a few exceptions. One thing I've noticed is Chick-fil-A. They do attract a lot of young people, a lot of high school
And they're
students.
so damn nice to you.
I think it's got something to do with their scholarship program as well, right?
It's my pleasure.
Yeah.
And they say it like they
Don't
actually
you love
mean
hearing
it.
that? Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Instead of like, here's your crap, get out. To that point, though, I want to mention that is also a challenge. Now, there are a lot of young, hardworking people. However, there is a pretty significant group of young people that want the money but don't really want to do the work.
And then there's also a segment of the younger demo that doesn't want to drive. They're not interested in buying a car. They don't want the expense and the pay for the insurance and all that goes into that. And when you look at what cars cost, even used cars, and the price of insurance, I can understand why somebody doesn't want a ginormous chunk of their budget chewed up by transportation. But still, that's also going to limit job prospects for both employers and the people looking for work.
And that said, here's what I hear. And this is from people that hire people every day. I've set up appointments for interviews, and they don't show up. They don't call to say they're not showing up. And this isn't just one or two. This is like 6, 7 in a row, one guy told me. He was very frustrated. B, they sit down. Some of them have phones in their hands, and they're texting while they're being interviewed.
Yeah.
C, I can't work weekends. I can't work nights. I can't work Mondays or Fridays. All right, like, when are you going to work? Just to express some of the frustration you will hear from business owners. So that minimum wage is just one part of this budget story, but we'll see if they can get it done sooner than they did last year. That may be a challenge.
Yep.
All right, coming up, we're going to check in with Lynn Hayes-Freeland and give you a chance. In fact, Casey, let's do this now. Dave Matthews. I got 4 tickets to give away to Dave Matthews, who is coming to Pavilion at Star Lake July 24th from Live Nation. 412-922-1020. 412-922-1020. Paul, it's been a while. Pick a number.
Let's go with 13.
Oh, lucky 13. You're going to get a family pack of 4 tickets to see Dave Matthews.
You got your ball, you got your chain tied to me, tie me up again.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with with ZipRecruiter.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanstin.com.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And it looks like that northbound accident on Route 28 approaching Harmer is getting cleared out of your way. The delays there are easing just a bit, and as are the delays on southbound 28. So very nice. In spite of the 62nd Street Bridge's closure and remaining closed, all of the alternatives, the Highland Park Bridge, 40th Street Bridge, rolling well, and just a small delay awaits you between the 40th and 31st Street bridges as you make your way to the North Shore or North Side. Parkway West inbound, that's still stubbornly stuck with delays for you right around the top of Green Tree Hill, and you're lining up on the Parkway East inbound at the Wilkinsburg interchange ahead of those Squirrel Hill tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews, delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just one day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
Don't miss the Pittsburgh Music Festival, July 11th and 12th at Pittsburgh Brewing Company in Creighton, featuring Joe Grishecki and the House Rockers, Billy Price Band, Norman Nardini, The Gathering Field, and more. Benefiting Band Together Pittsburgh and Autism Pittsburgh. Presented by Pittsburgh Brewing Company and U.S. Steel. Tickets at pittsburghmusicfestival.com.
30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000, being 7, would have been 9.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on August 4th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
9:20 at News Radio KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's Paul Rasmussen.
Voters in 2 southern Butler County communities will decide in November whether or not to merge. We'll have the latest on that story coming up in 10 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
News, information, conversation. Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen for the Drive at 5 top stories driving the day's news. Weekday afternoons with Colin Dunlap, brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh, Demand the Yellow Van. Every Tuesday, we check in with Lynn Hayes Freeland live from Atlanta, Georgia. By the way, the Braves are in town to play the Pirates with Paul Skeens pitching tonight at PNC Park. And Lynn joins us on our live stream at kdkradio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company and our KDK Radio YouTube page. Hi, Lynn.
Hi, Larry. You know, I got so excited. I don't know why when I heard the Braves were playing the Pirates. I mean, I have no vested interest in the Braves whatsoever, but I do respect them as a baseball team for sure.
And you can
but
watch
seems
it.
so exciting.
Locally, it'll be on in Atlanta, so you can watch Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates. And we're a week away from the All-Star game tonight.
Right.
And the Pirates are, just a hair above 500. They're hanging in, but the Braves are a really good team, so this will be a good test.
Yeah, and you're right. I got excited because once I realized the Braves were in Pittsburgh, I was like, oh, this is going to be on television here. So I will actually sit down and watch it.
Little taste of home. That said, I know you're locked into what's going on around here. These teen takeovers have, in some ways, inspired the Market Square issue we talked about with curfews. We had another teen takeover after midnight in East Liberty with a guesstimated 150 teens. Police had to disperse that over the weekend. And now we understand Sandcastle is announcing a chaperone policy. What do you hear?
Well, you know what? I mean, I agree with Sandcastle. I think it's the right way to go. I'm not exactly sure how the chaperone policy has been working out for Kennywood. I understand it has actually decreased some of the violence, but I think we're kind of now at a point where we need to look at a curfew across the board. It can't be limited to Market Square or East Liberty. And I also think there needs to be a parental accountability associated with these curfews. If your child is picked up, you have, there's some consequence to you as a parent. I mean, these are kids. These are 14 and 15-year-olds. I initially thought these teen takeovers were 18, 19, 20-year-olds, but they're not. They're kids who really have no business being on the street at midnight. I know I would not have been on the street at midnight, and my kids certainly would not have been on the street at midnight. So I really think that now, I understand there's a deficit of police officers in Pittsburgh and in trying to enforce a teen curfew. But we got all these other organizations out here, these anti-violence groups that are supposed to be on the streets helping our kids. Get them off the streets, put in a curfew and put some consequences to it.
I couldn't agree more. And part of the issue is if you do have a teen who does something violent in particular and needs to be arrested, what do you do with them? And as you know, there's really no place for them to go. And if they do go, they're out back doing what they're doing. Unless they have parents that are able to control it, they're back out on the streets.
Yeah, I mean, there's that whole debate about, when Schumann shut down years ago. Now, I guess if I understand correctly, Schumann has reopened, but on a very limited basis. And I'm not saying that everything that happens out here should land your son or your daughter at Schumann. I understand that. That's more of I understand that every child doesn't need to go to a facility like Schumann. So that's why I come back to this parental responsibility, this parental accountability. I tell you what, if I had to pay a fine every time my kid did something that violated the curfew or something else, I would be on my son or my daughter 24/7 because I'm not paying a fine for something silly that you did.
I couldn't agree more. So Sandcastle, add that as the latest addition to a policy. You know, I was thinking of Friday night lights for football games. I had heard some administrators from different schools complain that parents on a Friday night would roll up, drop their kids off, and then come back at some point after the game to pick them up. And they were asked specifically for young teens. That would be the tweeners, you know, like from 12 to 16, that range in there.
Right.
And they're just like, hey, it's free babysitting. We're going to go out. We're going to have dinner, go see some friends, have a few drinks. We'll get you later. They discourage that, too.
Well, and you know, and I think that goes to the point, Larry. So many pockets of society are really focusing on these kids and what these kids are doing, and the teens are running wild, and the kids. But the realities are your son, your daughter reflects you as a parent when they're at school, when they're at the football game, when they're at the arts festival, wherever. So maybe we need to shift that lens a little bit. Yes, the kids need some activity. I mean, I did a quick search today, and there's still teenage jobs in the city of Pittsburgh that have gone unfilled. I don't know why that is, because I would kill for a summer job as a teen. But we really need to switch that lens and start making parents be accountable for your kids. You can't drop them off at the football game and come back later. And now, you know, we're looking at neighborhoods that clash, that conflict. Parents have to be even more involved. And, you know, I mean, I feel like that's my soapbox these days, but it is kind of.
Yeah, so we'll continue our conversation. Let's talk about some other issues in the city. And I know one of the things that you want to talk about when it comes to what's going on here is, of all things, ranch dressing. We'll explain coming up with Lynn Hayes Freeland from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Ranch dressing, soccer, and Ellen Gamble.
Well, that's a combo. All right. The ranch dressing talk makes me hungry, even though it's early in the day here. If you have grabbed breakfast and the coffee and you're in the vehicle, well, you have some company on the Parkway West. You're backing there around the top of Green Tree Hill. So the rush hour is not yet receding as you try to travel there. Behind the Liberty tunnels, just traffic light delays. At times you get 51 northbound, a little bit heavy back toward Bousman, but otherwise things are rolling pretty nicely for you there. Parkway East inbound is a little slow go for you between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale, making your way to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. It looks like the 28th stretch coming inbound has cleared out nicely. 62nd Street Bridge is still closed. I did check in with our friends at PennDOT, and they said they are hearing that sometime this morning is when that span will reopen after that overnight accident and the resulting cleanup, but they've not been given a specific time just yet. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
He's Donald Trump's #1 enemy in Congress, Chicago politician Dick Durbin. Now, Durbin has a new scheme. He's doing the dirty work to benefit corporate megastores. Durbin's bill could cut corners on your credit card security, putting your personal data at risk. Big chain retailers and warehouse stores want to inflate their profits, and liberal Dick Durbin would help them do it. Tell senators, say no to the megastores and Dick Durbin. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
73 with Areas of fog and mist at 9:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Marsboro and Adams Township are a step closer to becoming one municipality. On Monday, Mars Council voted 6-1 to approve a merger with Adams, which passed the agreement last month. Mars Council President Mike Fleming was Larry's guest on the Big K Morning Show.
Overwhelmingly, the sentiment was very supportive of the concept of merging the two municipalities and where it may take us in the future.
If approved, Mars residents would see significantly lower taxes. Voters will decide the issue in November. The referendum, however, must pass by a majority in both communities. Aliquippa police are asking residents to speak up as investigators are working to address a recent rise in violent crime. More on that story with News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush in the newsroom.
Paul, Chief John Lane says officers are increasing their presence in areas where violent crime has occurred, including the Linmar Terrace neighborhood, with the goal of preventing more violence and responding quickly when crimes happen. But police say solving those cases requires help from the community. Officials say investigators often knock on doors and speak with residents who may have information, but are sometimes met with resistance. Police say 4 people were injured in a shooting last weekend during a 4th of July gathering, but so far, no witnesses have come forward. Chief Lane says public safety is a shared responsibility and is asking anyone with information about a shooting or violent crime to contact police. He says even a small piece of information could help investigators identify those responsible and prevent future violence. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
President Donald Trump arrived in Ankara, Turkey this morning for the NATO summit. Just before Air Force One touched down, NATO hosted a defense forum spotlighting billions of dollars in military projects to demonstrate European allies are investing more of their own money in defense. The Postal Service says a severe financial crisis is the reason the price of a Forever stamp is going up 4 cents this weekend. The increase for a first-class mail Forever stamp goes from 78 to 82 cents starting on Sunday. At the open on Wall Street, the Dow is up 251 points at 53,623. The S&P down 12 points, and the Nasdaq is down 338. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO at 412-373-2000. Paul Skeens is tonight's starter as the Pirates open a 3-game home series with the best team in the National League. The Bucks and Braves play tonight at 6:40. KDKA Radio News Time, 9:32. Our next update at 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nest Expressions Window Fashion's greatest summer promotion. Free motorization on silhouette and pirouette shades going on right now. 1-888-952-NEST or nestexpressions.com.
It's 9:35 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Ellen Gamble, what's happening?
Oh, it's getting a little bit better out there on some roads, Larry. And so certainly if you need to try to use the 62nd Street Bridge, you still can't do so. That is closed for accident cleanup. But Route 28 around it and the alternative bridges like the 40th and the Highland Park Bridge, the nearest spans near that closure, are all rolling well. So very good news for you there. Not so great is the news on the Parkway West. We don't have any accidents there. It's just very heavy for you from the top of Green Tree Hill down to and through those Fort Pitt tunnels. The Parkway East inbound is trying to ease off, but you still have some stubborn delays for you right around Edgewood, Swissvale as you make your way to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway North is a great ride if you need to grab the keys and head out the door for that particular route. And 65 southbound just has a one-lighter at the McKees Rocks Bridge. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Some fog patches early on, otherwise today will be warm and sticky with more clouds and sun. Watch out for a drenching thunderstorm or two this afternoon and this evening. Our high 83. Mostly cloudy and muggy overnight with patchy fog late, low 68. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. We still have patches of fog. It's 73 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the Big K Morning Show. We continue our conversation. Lynn Hayes Freeland on our live stream at KDKRadio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company and our growing KDK Radio YouTube page. So, Lynn, before we get into ranch dressing and soccer, Paul and I were talking about the budget for Pennsylvania, the minimum wage, whatever, 7.25. They're talked to, I guess, Senator Costa, Rob Pratt last night about $15 would be the goal, but it would be stretched out over the year. It would jump to 11 or something. But so many summer jobs right now are currently unfilled, regardless of how much they're willing to pay per hour, and almost nobody's paying $7.25. Why won't young people take work when it's available?
Well, and again, I don't want to come off as if I am just beating up on our parents here. But what a teenager learns in the early days comes from their parents. So if that work ethic has not been instilled in your son or daughter, they're not going to have it. If the value of money has not been instilled in your child or daughter, they're not going to understand it. And this goes two ways. I mean, even Paul mentioned, these Gen Xers who don't want to learn how to drive. They don't want a license. They don't want a car because they want their parents to drive them. That's a problem. These are soft Gen X's. If you don't want to learn how to drive, you'd rather have your mommy or daddy take you. So I really think across the board, we need to look at parents. What are you teaching your child, your young person, about going to work, about the responsibilities of getting up, getting a check? Here's the reality, Larry, and I'm sure your experience has been somewhat similar to mine. My early jobs paid nothing, or at least in hindsight, they paid nothing, but they were building blocks for something else. And if you're not being told that, if you're not being taught that, I don't know where you're going to learn it.
Yeah, my first formal job was at age 15, the baked potato fry and bun man at Ponderosa. And I don't remember what the hourly wage was, but it wasn't very good. And I went from there to cooking at Eaton Park. And, at some point, you got to take that first step and get a job, even if it was part-time. In my case, it was a summer job, part-time. But it gave you a taste. And I can remember to this day, Lynn, when I got my first paycheck and there was money missing. And I'm like, why? No, where did that money? Oh, that's taxes, and you have to pay this. And suddenly the value of something you purchase takes a whole new meaning when you're working it by the hour.
Absolutely. And I'll be honest, Larry, as you were saying that, my first job was in a neighborhood, little grocery store. It wasn't a grocery store, but it was a neighborhood store. If I'm not mistaken, I was getting paid $2.25 an hour. I'm almost sure that's what I was making. But I'll even go further than that. I graduated from Duquesne University with a degree in journalism. My first full-time job was at KDKA TV, and my salary was $116 a week. Now, that was with a college degree. Now, that was a long time ago. Yep, it was $116 a week. And I remember saying at the time to my parents, I thought I was going to come out and take Patty Burns's job. They're offering me $116 a week. And my parents said, yep, that's the offer, and you're going to take it.
It seemed to have worked out, though, in the end.
It did, but I will say this, had my parents not kind of pushed me in that direction, I'm not sure I would have taken it. I mean, I was kind of offended by $116 a week.
I had no idea they paid that much. Why didn't you tell me? All right.
Yeah, maybe that just shows what a dinosaur I am. That was.
I'm saying nothing. All right, let's talk about ranch dressing and soccer fans. So, did you watch the game last night at all?
I did. You know, I'm going to be full disclosure. I was never really into the hype of soccer. I mean, I think it's a nice game, but never did anything for me personally. But once the energy started growing down here, I really got involved. I got engrossed. In fact, had there not been, temperatures in that feels like 100+ degrees, I probably would have gone down to some of the fan parties here in Atlanta because it was just so exciting and so energetic. I didn't really know much about the U.S. team. I'm sorry about what happened yesterday, but I feel like they got a new fan from me. This whole thing has really got me interested.
All right, now explain ranch dressing and soccer fans.
Dressing. So, what I never knew, and I don't know about you, ranch dressing apparently is an American, a U.S. phenomenon. So there have been so many visitors from other countries here in Atlanta that have discovered ranch dressing, although they're pretty much referring to it as that ranch sauce. And so people have become addicted to ranch dressing. TSA operators are saying that, they're pulling 4 and 5 bottles of ranch dressing out of carry-on bags because people are trying to take it home. They're now saying, hey, look, we love that you love this, but you got to put it in your checked bag. You can't carry it on. It's become an obsession for this ranch sauce. Now, I do like ranch dressing, don't get me wrong. But it's just so funny. The other day on the news, they showed like a big, barrel almost of all the ranch dressing that had been confiscated from carry-on bags.
A little twist to the World Cup in the U.S. I like ranch to dip wings in. That's about it. I prefer balsamic vinaigrette on salad. But
okay,
people
I
love
can
ranch.
go a couple of different ways, but I like the taste of ranch. I like a homemade ranch dressing for sure, but it's just hilarious to me because you never think things that we take for granted. A ranch dressing, who would give that a second thought? And then all of a sudden, people are trying to take it back to their home countries.
Lynn, we'll talk to you next Tuesday. Thanks, as always, for the time and your thoughts.
All right, see you then.
This is the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Summer air should feel fresh, not full of dust, allergens, and whatever winter left behind in your vents. Your air ducts are the lungs of your home, and if they're dirty, you're breathing it every day. That's why Zero Res comes in backed by thousands of Google reviews and a 4.9 rating. This month only, get your ducts cleaned starting at just $5.99 per unit. That's cleaner air, better efficiency, and a fresher home guaranteed. Call 412-701-1188 or visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the KDKA special.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
9:45 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And as we're looking out live out over the area roads, the parkways are still trying to kind of rid themselves of some of the delays from the morning commute. The Parkway West is doing so slowly but surely. Now, you're still stuck in some slow-go stuff approaching the Fort Pitt tunnels, but you're only backing up right around that Parkway Center Mall on-ramp. So that's a significant decrease since our last report. We'll take it. The outbound ride toward the airport, that's a great one. 376 sails well, and at times better than the posted speed limit from the Golden Triangle all the way out to Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East inbound is sluggish for you at Edgewood Swissvale. Quick reminder, the 62nd Street Bridge remains closed because of accident cleanup from an overnight issue with a tanker truck and spill, but the Highland Park Bridge or 40th Street Bridge around it and 28 too are rolling well. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
A great watch doesn't mark time, it marks achievement. Hi, this is Tim Moses. At Moses Jewelers, explore our collection of exceptional, certified, pre-owned timepieces featuring Rolex and other celebrated makers. Each watch is authenticated, selected for condition, and comes with a 2-year warranty. Precision, heritage, investment-level craftsmanship. Discover your timepiece at Moses Jewelers in Seven Fields or at mosesjewelers.com.
Thanks, Tim. Find the perfect gift for that someone special in your life. Visit mosesjewelers.com.
Hi, folks. I'm with our good friend John Diagardi from Rome Monument. John, you were telling me earlier that people really should not rush into choosing a memorial for their loved one. Now, why is that?
We found that families need to take ample time to grieve first. Grief is not something that we get over, but rather something that we learn to live with. So the length of time to grieve varies from person to person.
You mentioned that the monument can't be placed right away.
That's right. There are certain things that need to take place before a monument can be installed. So it's really worth taking time to think about how to plan and design a memorial that truly reflects a person's life. It's actually a healing activity that helps to alleviate grief.
John, this makes a lot of sense.
It does. And when the time is right to proceed, not only can Rome Monument help families choose and design their memorial, we can help them save as much as 50% by eliminating the middleman.
Thanks, John. Folks, you can learn more by simply visiting RomeMonuments.com.
You might not see the people's pipelines that deliver you safe, reliable natural gas every day because they are out of sight, hiding beneath your feet. But what's out of your sight is not out of our minds. We move through busy city streets to upgrade the infrastructure that served our region for decades, using state-of-the-art materials that reduce emissions to power homes and businesses with essential energy for generations to come. That's people's commitment to making your life better.
It's the Big K Big Three. The biggest 3 stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mars Council voted on Monday to approve a merger with Adams Township. The vote was 6-1. Mars Council President Mike Fleming talked with Larry earlier this morning about last night's well-attended meeting.
And the questions were good. And the discussion was good. Everybody there certainly had the opportunity to speak, and I think overall they left well satisfied with the responses.
And then also this morning you talked with Mr. Ford.
Yeah, Russ Ford from Adams
He's
Township.
the chair of the Board of Supervisors there. He said something interesting about the questions that they're getting, and I'll have his comments on that coming up at 10 o'clock. This thing, by the way, Larry, is headed for the ballot now in November, so it will be decided by the voters, but there has to be a majority of voters approving it in both Mars and Adams for it to pass.
But they feel confident, and this may set a precedent, perhaps, of other municipalities who could share resources, save money, and give their residents a tax break.
A surge in gun violence in Aliquippa has police increasing patrols, and the police chief is also telling residents the department can't solve crimes without their help. Instead, he's saying officers receive little to no cooperation from witnesses who are also sometimes hostile.
This is part of an issue that, the old-fashioned can't be a snitch in a neighborhood, and if you're discovered as being that person, that can be dangerous to people, and so there's a fear factor, too, and they have to try to find a way, because the police can't do certain things if they can't get the help from the community.
I know that every time we receive a report from Allegheny County Police about a shooting or a stabbing or some type of violent crime, the release all